come to order now. Roll call, please.
Roll call for Friday, January 29th. Anderson, absent. Baldwin.
Here.
Beitman.
Excused?
Boner.
Here.
Bouchard.
Excused? No, wait a minute, Bouchard. Say here. He's here.
Hayes.
Present.
Cooper.
Here.
Driscoll. Ellis.
Present.
French.
Here.
Furphy.
Here.
Garou.
Here.
Hicks.
Here.
Hutchings.
Here.
James.
Here.
Kinsky.
Here.
Kolb.
Here.
Cost.
Here.
Landon.
Here.
McCune.
Here.
McCune here. Nethercott.
Here.
Pappas.
Here.
Perkins.
Here.
Rothfuss.
Here.
Salazar.
Here.
Schuler.
Here.
Scott.
Here.
Steinmetz.
Here.
Wasserberger.
Here.
President Dockstetter.
Here.
28
by-
present,
okay.
1 excused, 1 absent.
Prayer by Senator Hutchins.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, I ask for your covering and healing hand over all of our legislators today. Help us to serve you and our constituents well. Give us wisdom, knowledge, discernment, and understanding to do what is right and just for our state. In Christ's name I pray, amen.
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 Senator French will lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, reading correction approval of journal. Will the chief clerk please read the journal committee report?
Mr. President, your journal committee reports that the journal of January 28th, 2021 has been read and recommends it be approved. Senator John Kolb, Chairman.
Thank you. Any objections? There being none, the report is accepted. At this point, Majority Floor Leader, do you have a note on suspension of the rules so we can proceed into third readings?
Mr. President, first we will do the third reading consent list that we have. We'll go through it, and then we need to go to second readings, and then we'll suspend.
All right, Senator Case, a note of order. Is that the proper procedure?
Mr. President, yes, I think we'll do everything ordinary until we reach the point that we need to suspend the rules.
All right.
And that'll take a 2/3 vote.
Well, we're going to move in, Senator Case, we're going to move into third readings then at this point.
So,
Regular third readings, and the consent list, et cetera.
right.
Yes.
So,
Thank you. It's always good to have Senator Case on board. Thank you.
Mr. President, we do have a consent list. I move the third reading consent list, which is as follows. Senate File 14, credit for reinsurance. Senate File 18, universal occupational licensure. Senate File 29, revised uniform law on notarial acts. Senate File 32, water permit notice requirements. Senate File 41, tax lien enforcement amendments. Senate File 54, statewide health information exchange codification. That concludes the consent list.
Thank you. Would anyone like any of these bills removed from the consent list? Thank you. Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall these bills pass the Senate? Senate File 14, credit for reinsurance. Senate File 18, universal occupational licensure. Senate File 29, revised uniform law on notarial acts. Senate File 32, water permit notice requirements. Senate File 41, tax lien enforcement amendments. Senate File 54, statewide health information exchange codifications. The chief clerk will call the roll.
One moment, Mr. President, please. On the consent list, Anderson, absent. Baldwin.
Aye.
Beitman,
Aye.
Boner,
Aye.
Bouchard,
Aye.
Case,
Aye.
Cooper,
Aye.
Driscoll,
Aye.
Ellis,
Aye.
French,
Aye.
Murphy,
Aye.
Guru,
Aye.
Hicks,
Aye.
Hutchings,
Aye.
James,
Aye.
Kinski,
Aye.
Cole,
Aye.
Cost,
Aye.
Landon,
Aye.
McCune,
Aye.
Nethercott,
Aye.
Pappas,
Aye.
Perkins,
Aye.
Rothfuss,
Aye.
Salazar,
Aye.
Schuler,
Aye.
Scott,
Aye.
Steinmetz,
Aye.
Wasserberger,
Aye.
President Doggstetter.
Aye.
On the consent list, 29 aye, 1 absent.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members of the elected.
Timeout. We're going to, Mr. President, point of order.
Okay.
Mr. President, we're going to go through each bill and allow members to change their votes. They haven't passed yet.
That's right. Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Getting back into the swing of things.
Senate File 14. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 14, 29 aye, 1 absent. Senate File 18, are there any changes?
Case, aye to no.
Case, aye to no.
Perkins. Aye to no.
Perkins, aye to no.
Yes.
Guru,
Aye to no.
aye to no.
Kinski, aye to no.
Kinski, aye to no.
Pappas, aye to no.
Pappas, aye to no.
Baldwin, aye to no.
Baldwin, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 18, 23 aye, 6 no, 1 absent. Senate File 29, are there any changes?
Steinmetz, aye to no.
Steinmetz, aye to no.
Perkins, I to know.
Perkins, aye to no.
Kinski, I to know.
Kinski, aye to no.
Ellis, aye to no.
Ellis, aye to no.
Dockstead, no.
Dockstader, no.
Case, aye to know.
Case, aye to no.
Hutchings is trying to get our attention, Madam Chief.
Hutchings, aye to no.
Hutchings, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 29, 22 aye, 7 no, 1 absent. Senate File 32, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 32, 29 aye, 1 absent. Senate File 41, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 41, 29 aye, 1 absent. Senate File 54, are there any changes?
Steinmetz, aye to no.
Steinmetz, aye to no. Closing vote.
Kolb, I to know.
Cole, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 54, 27 aye, 2 no, 1 absent.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members of the elected to the Senate, Senate Files 14, credit for reinsurance, Senate File 18, universal occupational licensure, Senate File 29, revised uniform law on notarial acts, Senate File 32, water permit notice requirements, Senate File 41, tax lien enforcement amendments, Senate File 54, statewide health information exchange codifications have passed the Senate. Continuing with third reading, Senate File 16, new net metering systems, third reading of the Senate File. Madam Chief Clerk.
Senate File 16, new net metering systems, an act relating to public utilities, sponsored by corporations.
There are amendments. Senate File 16, Amendment 1, Senator Nethercott.
Should I read that in, Mr. President?
Yes, would you read that in, please?
Senate File 16, third reading amendment number 1, page 2, line 11.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good senators. I move third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 16 and ask for your favorable consideration. Good senators, you remember the debate yesterday and all the heartache and concern over the words reasonably and equitably. The PSC, there was questions about whether or not that would really create confusion for the Public Service Commission. Reached out to them. They had no issue with that second reading amendment, and they have no issue with this third reading amendment as well. But the amendment does strike those words reasonably and equitably. That created so much consternation and concern over what that means and how they would determine reasonably and equitably. And so it's just stricken. And the standard for just and fair remains as it was in the amendment yesterday. And so I really hope that that clears up those concerns, and we've addressed the stakeholders' needs and given the PSC direction to do what they are, which is to evaluate all the concerns and come up with a just and fair rate making policy. So with that, I'd ask for your favorable consideration on this third reading amendment.
Discussion on third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 16. Further discussion? Call for the vote. All those in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 16, say aye with the hand.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any opposed? Do you want those up longer, Madam Chief Clerk?
No, sir, it was 3 opposed, 4.
Correct. 4. Thank you. Would you read in the second amendment, Madam Chief Clerk?
Yes, Senate File 16, third reading amendment number 2, delete the Nethercott.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I want to move this amendment, but I do not want to move the part that says delete the Nethercott amendment. And I do not want to move the part that substitutes, that puts in the, says delete equitably and insert justly. I want to move the rest of the amendment, which can be done with those 2 deletions.
Okay, so you're not necessarily dividing Senator Scott, you're just doing those deletions, is that correct?
Yeah.
Would you repeat it for the body one more time, please?
Okay. We're not offering the part that says delete the Nethercott amendment. Want to preserve that. And not offering the part that says delete equitably and insert just. That's where the conflict with the Nethercott amendment was. She's got a better approach to those things, Mr. President.
All right, with that having been said, Senator Scott.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I have moved the balance of it. Mr. President, I got concerned yesterday after I was finally able to locate and read the amendment we put on yesterday that I couldn't tell what it was doing. And I couldn't predict how the Public Service Commission was likely to react to it, what they were going to look at and what they weren't. And Mr. President, this bill came in trying to eliminate a subsidy, find out how much it actually was and get it eliminated. And I think we need to retain a piece of that. So, Mr. President, but I thought the point was well taken yesterday that it needed to be done fairly to both sides. And that's what the amendment does. It asks them to look at, make sure the ordinary customers are not being subsidized by the customer generators. In other words, the people with the rooftop solar. And then it asks the other way around to make sure that the customer generators are not being subsidized by the other customers, so that there's no, ask them to really look at the subsidization. And that's where the bill was aimed to start with, but there is a possibility, particularly as technology advances, that the rooftop solar people are going to be able to, through batteries or other technology, bring their power on to help reduce the peak loads. Mr. President. And that is of significant value, and they ought to be compensated for that. So you need to have the Public Service Commission with the ability to look at it both ways. And I think then that makes this whole thing a very reasonable compromise that still clearly achieves the original purposes of the bill. And Mr. President, maybe I'm paranoid, but it's been my long experience with state agencies that if you want them to do something different from what they've always been doing, you have to be fairly plain as to what you want done. And in this case, we want them to look at these things from who's subsidizing who point of view and eliminate the subsidies. That's the whole purpose of the bill. And I'm afraid we don't achieve that purpose unless we add this amendment.
Thank you, Senator Scott. We are on second reading amendment to Senate file, third reading.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. President.
on the amendment, I do have a question and a
Amen.
comment. Mr. President, may I?
Please.
Thank you. And first thing, my much taller colleague from Natrona County, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean nobody's out to get you. But the other thing is that, as we talk about this, we do have the word balancing in there. And I just wondering, ultimately, I'm trying to, I don't see anything necessarily, I kind of like your amendment, but I mean, ultimately, isn't that what the balancing is kind of what when we do have the word balancing in there from the amendment from the good senator from Cheyenne yesterday. And so is this redundant, but not necessarily bad redundancy, or just wondering if you had any thoughts on that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott, and then we'll continue with questions. Senator Scott, respond.
No, Mr. Point of order.
Sorry, yes, okay. Further questions then, before we go back to a second time? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, the one concern that I have is that this takes it back, this approach to the language takes it back that we're not worried about the equity. We took that word out, but still from a conceptual standpoint, we're not worried about the equity with respect to the utility as much as we're worried about the balance between the consumers, whether they're subsidizing each other. And I think it diminishes the original amendment of the good senator from the Judiciary Committee, which just said balance all interests. The concerns we heard with the original language, as I understand it, were the idea that it was putting the utility in a special position and putting the generators and the customers in a lower position. This amendment seems to once again do that. So I'm not excited about it. I think the original approach and even with the third reading amendment is better than getting into the particular details. And I'd ask the body to resist. Also, Mr. President, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the approach here of moving a portion of an amendment. That's not something we typically do. It does seem to be divisible though. So if it's being divided and moved, then I think that comports with our rules, which says that the amendments shall be reduced to writing, which implies that we've got the entire amendment written. So I'd ask for your judgment, Mr. President, whether you're comfortable, a ruling from the chair, with the approach of moving a portion of an amendment ad hoc, or whether we should go through a process of dividing and then probably voting down upon the recommendation of the good senator from Natrona County, the first portion, because it does appear divisible. I'm not concerned with that.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Floor Leader. We'll come back to that question when we go back to the sponsor. Any further questions for Senator Scott and his amendment? Further discussion? Further discussion? Senator Scott, come back to you for your second time.
No, Mr. President.
Oh, sorry, I missed you. Go ahead.
Myself, sir?
Yes, please do.
Okay.
That's what I said. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're all going to be going to a very exciting new world in the electricity. And I think that the good senator has kind of thought this through perhaps a little bit more than all of us have. But the way things will work, just imagine if batteries come online. And we'll have the ability for these rooftop generators to decide how those battery stored power might be used. They may decide to use that to offset their own consumption so that it goes against the retail rate. So they pull from their battery without taking from the grid for their own amount of electricity consumption. That has a certain value that's related to the retail rates, of course. They offset the retail rates. But imagine that a customer generator were to devote his storage capacity to the grid and say, this battery, I am maintaining this battery for the use of the grid to offset the peak and the other capacity costs that are out there. Well, that's a very different equation, because sometimes in the peak situations with the utility, Mr. President, electricity is very expensive to find it when it's short. And that's what a lot of fossil fuels have to come online. So how that battery is going to be used, suddenly the customer generator can have something that's dispatchable, and they can literally make decisions about that. That affects its value. That affects whether they're getting a subsidy or not. It changes the equation completely. And so I like this language because potentially we could allow that to be recognized as a contribution to the grid and with benefit. And how would this all happen in the future? It's going to be sort of automated, I suppose. The customer generator will program the conditions by which they make the battery available to the grid, and the utility will kind of accept that, and it'll happen kind of automatically. The utility will know how much storage is in the battery and be able to plan its system accordingly, what generators to come on. It's an amazing new world. And some people think that, the dispatch generation like this could be 25% or more of the electricity that's in the grid. But it'll only work if we allow these kind of recognition of both the value and the cost. That's why we needed this bill, Mr. President, was because we couldn't get to this future under a net metering system. And that's what all these letters you've heard, they don't understand that. They haven't thought it through. We're going to push past net metering. And with this kind of an amendment, we could actually get to where these people are really recognized for their contribution to the grid. So the good senator's always thinking ahead of me, and I just commend him. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman Case, good point. Thank you. Any further discussion before we go back and handle these questions? Further discussion? Okay, back to the sponsor for his second time. And for the sponsor, let's do this. Rather than divide, I'm going to have you repeat exactly what you're removing again. Make sure the body's clear on it, and then would you also respond to those questions? Please, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. President, on what was removed, I wanted to remove the delete Nethercott amendment phrase. Frankly, these amendments were developed independently, and I had no idea what she was going to do, and was unable to communicate with her last night. And I approve of that. And delete the phrase where it says delete equitably and insert justly. So that the Nethercott amendment covered that problem better than I could. So
to Mr. Chairman Scott, then are you comfortable just doing that without dividing the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we've done this in the past, and I thought it would be simpler than going through all the hassle of a division and whatnot, to just offer the part that's needed.
And for clarification, the body is clear on what we've deleted. All right. Would you proceed then in responding to those questions, those other questions, Chairman Scott?
First, with regard to the issue on the balance language in the second reading amendment, and is this redundant to that? My response to that is I hope so. I'm not wanting to just rely on hope on this one. And goodness knows what the Public Service Commission really might do with it after they've had a chance to think about it and look at it. My experience is you do need to be a bit blunt about what we're doing. And with regard to the balance, I think we need to protect the consumers here. I think that I'm not particularly worried about the large utility companies. They have platoons of lawyers and they know how to deal with it. And the Public Service Commission understands the need to keep them viable. But I think making sure that our constituents don't wind up paying much higher electric rates because there is a fad, particularly with the people who want to get rid of fossil fuels, of doing these rooftop solar, which have some value and they ought to be compensated fairly. And I think the amendment and the bill will allow that. And Mr. President, I think a good senator from Fremont County's eloquent comments, he said it a lot better than I could.
Thank you. Are we ready for a question on the amendment? Question on the amendment.
Question.
Okay, question hasn't been called. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Hold them up for the chief clerk. Madam Clerk, you have it.
$22.
Those opposed? Thank you.
7.
Thank you. Second reading amendment, third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 16 has passed the Senate. We're back on the bill. You ready for a question on the bill?
Question.
Question on the bill. All those in favor?
Roll call.
Oh, roll call. Madam Chief Clerk, roll call on Senate File 16.
Senate File 16. Anderson, absent. Baldwin.
Aye.
Aye. Beitman.
No.
No. Boner.
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard.
No.
No. Case.
Aye.
Aye. Cooper.
Aye.
Aye. Driscoll. Aye. Ellis.
No.
No. French.
No.
No. Furphy.
No.
No. Guru.
No.
No. Hicks.
Aye.
Aye. Hutchings.
Aye.
Aye. James.
No.
No. Kinsky.
No.
No. Kolb.
Aye.
Aye. Cost.
Aye.
Aye. Landon.
Aye.
Aye. McCune.
No.
No. Nethercott.
No.
No. Pappas.
Aye.
Aye. Perkins.
Aye.
Aye. Rothfuss.
No.
No. Salazar.
No.
No. Schuler.
Aye.
Aye. Scott.
Aye.
Aye. Steinmetz.
Aye.
Aye. Wasserberger.
No.
No. President Dockstader.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 16. 16 aye, 13 no, 1 absent.
Senate File 16 having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 16 has passed the Senate. So members of the Senate, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, As I understand it, then we now move back into second readings.
That's correct, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Bills on second reading. Senate filed 21, judicial review of agency actions, permissible venues, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 21, judicial review of agency actions, permissible venues, sponsored by Judiciary.
Senate file 21, having been read 2 separate times. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate file 26, Madam Chief Clerk.
Senate File 26, Animal Abuse Statutes Reorganization and Update, sponsored by Agriculture.
There is an amendment. Reading clerk, read in the amendment. Madam Chief Clerk.
Senate File 26, second reading amendment number 1, page 6, line 17.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good senators, I move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 26. Ask for your favorable consideration. The amendment deletes the concept of any kind of aggravated misdemeanor, which doesn't exist anywhere else in law that this bill created. As we discussed yesterday, I recognize that concern. It simply deletes that concept so that an aggravated crime of animal cruelty is a felony and just animal cruelty remains a misdemeanor, consistent with all other areas of our criminal code. Stand for questions and ask for your favorable consideration.
Questions on the amendment? Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to appreciate the good work from our Judiciary Chairman. Just want to double check, make sure I'm not missing anything. It looks like the amendment doesn't address the reference to aggravated cruelty to animals on the bottom of page 4. Specifically line 17 through 20. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, make sure the amendment achieves what the sponsor wants it to. Otherwise, I completely agree with the intent and fully support.
Thank you. Before we go back to the sponsor, further questions or discussion? Further questions on the Nethercott amendment, Senate File 26? Doesn't appear to be. Senator Nethercott, respond, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good question from the Chairman of Ag. I'll double check that. I think there is some confusion in the bill that I have not been able to really work through well regarding the definitions for what is felony aggravated assault and misdemeanor aggravated assault. So there's reference back to page 4, line 17, which is the newly created 63103 for aggravated cruelty to animals for the felony provision. And so I don't think we could delete that without deleting the felony concept. But I do think it requires a little bit more attention to that detail associated with it. But for now, I'm comfortable with the amendment deleting that concept of an aggravated misdemeanor animal cruelty that has no difference in its sentencing function.
Thank you, Senator. Question on the amendment? On the amendment, all in favor? Aye. Madam Chief Clerk, get a count.
It appears unanimous, sir.
Thank you.
Do you want to call for the noes, please?
Yes. Any opposed? Thank you. We're back on the bill. Senate File 26. Having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 27. Madam Chief Clerk. Second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 37.
37, correct.
Omnibus Water Bill Planning, sponsored by Select Water.
There are no amendments. Senate File 37. Having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 42, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 42, Out-of-State Bank out-of-state state bank charter conversion, sponsored by Minimums.
Senate File 42, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 43, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 43, Wyoming Energy Authority Amendment, sponsored by Minimums.
Senate File 43, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 45, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 45, monthly ad valorem tax revisions, sponsored by Revenue.
Senate File 45, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 50, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 50, COVID-19 Business Relief Programs Agriculture, sponsored by Agriculture.
There is an amendment. Will the reading clerk read in the amendment?
Senate File 50, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 8.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment to Senate File 50 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, what this amendment does is it's based off the discussion we had yesterday. Helps tighten up the bill and ensures that, for example, that they're going to take into account the relative value of the commodities in question, make sure that the producer testifies in some form or fashion that they did incur a loss, and also make sure that there's some accountability, just tightening up the bill, make sure it's going to the right places and getting to the folks that need it. So I'd stand for any questions.
Questions or discussion on the amendment? Senator Scott. Senator Scott, that was a hand up, correct?
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
I got you.
Mr. President, sorry. Sometimes it unmutes with the space bar and sometimes it doesn't. The question I've got is in tightening up and saying that you have to testify as a loss. What do you mean by a loss? Does the enterprise have to show a loss as an enterprise, or is it a loss on the particular value of the animals it counts? And I asked the question because it has a good deal to do with whether I've got a conflict or not.
Thank you. Further discussion before we go back to the sponsor? Further discussion or questions on the amendment to Senate File 15, second reading? Chairman Perkins.
Thank you. I think that, you know, that it's the loss due to COVID-19, and I think that loss is interpreted in a broad context. This is an attempting to answer the good senator's question. I think loss is to be used or anticipated to be used in its broader context. That it's, you have to show that there's that you have a loss in that your expenses exceed your revenues, but there's a loss or an increased cost or a reduction to what you otherwise might have realized had there not been impacts from COVID-19. It's just the only reason that is that's just simply trying to adopt the language out of the CARES Act statute itself, which were broad requirements for use of those CARES Act funds. And so the intent is simply, from my discussions with the sponsor of the amendment, we talked about this a little bit, is simply to make sure that whatever we do, we're complying with the overarching restriction that is in the initial CARES Act statute. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Let's continue to gather up our questions and discussion before we go back to the sponsor. Any further questions? Further questions or discussions on this amendment? Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I would just advise the body I continue to have a conflict and will not vote in the amendment.
Thank you for that note. All right. Appears to be no further discussion or questions. You have two different questions in front of you. Senator Boner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the Chairman of Appropriations covered the concern, and I hope that this tightens up the bill and addresses the concerns that we heard on Committee of the Whole.
Appreciation to the Chairman of Appropriations. All right, at this point, we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of second reading First Amendment to Senate File 50, please raise your hand. Madam Chief Clerk.
I see everyone but two hands.
All right, thank you. Any opposed?
One.
All right, thank you. We're back on the bill. Senate File 50, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 53, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 53, Ground Ambulance Service Provider Assessment Act, sponsored by Labor.
There are no amendments. Senate File 53, having been read two separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 56, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 56, Wyoming Gaming Commission Modifications and Corrections, sponsored by Travel.
There is an amendment. Would you read in the amendment?
Senate File 56, second reading amendment number 1 to substitute bill number 1, page 1, line 6.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 56 and would ask for the body's favorable consideration. Senators, this looks like a long amendment, and it really isn't. A lot of it is some conforming changes, but before I jump into each page line, let me just kind of set the stage of what this does. As we discussed the bill in TRW in committee, there was confusion over what obligations and who the players are in this scheme. And a term manufacturer was used. We were trying to start regulating manufacturers, and I just felt really uneasy with that because we tend to not do that in any other industry. But since that time, I've come to realize that the term manufacturer, a more appropriate term might be vendor. And so you have places where these machines are located. That's the establishment. And so what this amendment seeks to clarify, and I'll explain it as we go through, is to clarify that you have an owner of an establishment, the restaurant, the bar owner, and then you have the vendor who brings the machine in. And often these owners and vendors have agreements of how they're going to split the fees. The vendor has certain obligations to maintain the machine, those kind of issues. And so this seeks to make some clarifying distinctions between vendor and owners of establishments. And the problem that the bill had in its original reform was that it defined establishment as a place, not as a person. And so we were putting obligations on a structure, not on a corporation or an individual. So I'll just point out those areas where we're making it clear who's in charge and who has to pay certain fees, either the vendor or the operator. And the operator is the owner of the establishment. And then before we jump into the amendment again, I just wanted to give you some information. TRW heard this bill during a committee hearing. And afterward, the Gaming Commission had a hearing. I listened in. And after the meeting had concluded, I received a call from a gentleman whose application was denied. And he expressed a lot of concerns about the process. And I subsequently called the Gaming Commission, asked how many applicants were denied, and did a little research into their court filings. And Mr. President, I don't want to substitute my judgment for that of a court, but I can tell you that the lawsuits really revolve around lack of clarity in the legislation we drafted last year. So although I'm very proud of the work that's been done, I do think that we need to make the process clear for how the commission is to treat those applicants if they're going to accept their applications, deny them, or down the road for existing people who have their applications approved, what happens if they need to revoke or suspend those licenses. So that's the purpose of this amendment. With that, we'll start going through it page by page. Number 1, you'll see some conforming amendments. Number 2, or page 2, you'll see more conforming amendments. We're going to expand the sections by moving 1125.305 is the current limit. We're going to add a new section 306. To the bottom of page 2, we're going to say that vendors, sorry, I'm getting a little off base. Let me just back up. So this is the requirement that if a game doesn't meet the requirements of this article, that it's the vendor's obligation to remove the machine.
Skip Farnham, how are you?
Oh, I think someone's.
We need someone to mute, please.
And then there was just some redundant language starting on the bottom of page 2, line 22, going on to page 3. It pretty much said the same thing, that games that don't comply need to be removed. So that's just removing some redundant language. On page 3, making it clear that each vendor shall provide for a nationally recognized independent gaming laboratory approved report approved by the commission. And so there was some confusion in this as well, Mr. President, about what should go into these reports. And at this stage, you'll see that the proposed amendment would delete lines 20, 21, and partial of line 22, which would allow the commission to review the lab report and then make their own determination. And as I've mentioned to this body, what goes into examining the mechanics of what's happening inside these machines is very technical. And at this stage, I don't think our commission quite has the expertise, and they certainly don't have rules developed to clearly articulate when they're going to approve a report and when they're not. And so the focus, rightfully, in looking at other states, a lot of focus isn't paid to what is in the report, but who's developing the report. So I think that this suggestion still requires the commission to develop some uniform guidelines about which reports and which laboratories they'll work with. But at this stage, I think it's premature for them to make these decisions to say this report by this lab that we've approved is okay, but this one's not. And we saw that in some of the litigation, some real inconsistency. So I'd recommend that we remove some of that language. And so going on the bottom of page 3, just removing that review by the commission to make that determination on the technical skill. We want them relying on these reports at this stage. Moving on to page 4, you'll see a fairly significant deletion under subsection B. And this deals with what is these labs are supposed to analyze. And this was brought during the interim, and I've spent a lot of time reading Romanets 1 through 6. And as our good friend Hank Coe used to say, either this language does something or it does nothing. And as I read it, I am unsure what it does. And so, Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. President, a better approach, rather than to say what the report needs to contain, is to say that anytime a vendor is going to provide any alterations, modifications, or updates to the hardware or software of these machines, that they have to get a report from a lab and it has to meet the prior compliance. And so until we start understanding the vocabulary and the mechanics of the technical aspect of these machines, I think it's best to leave such prescriptive language out. Going on to page 5, some conforming language you'll see on paragraph C on lines 19 through 20. This clarifies that no establishment can't have more than 4 games. There might be a situation that I was thinking about where you might have an operator or an operator of an establishment who's trying to get some new games in. Maybe they're trying to swap out some games. So there might be a scenario where they have 6 machines in their establishment, but they've only got 4 out for play. We certainly don't want to ding those people that are moving machines around. So I just wanted to provide a little more clarity that we just don't want 4 machines operating at play. Paragraph D, a conforming amendment that the operator shall not locate a skill-based amusement game in their establishment in certain areas. And going on to page 6, just making that clarifying change. Moving on, page 6, the new created section 11-25-304. This is intended to provide some clarity again about who is who. And so it makes it clear that the operator of an establishment pays a one-time fee of $250 or an annual fee of $250, and that the vendor shall pay $2,500. And in reading the court filings, there was some confusion over whether or not the issuance of these permits and these licenses were licenses. And so this language is made clear that any person that is applying for permission to do anything from the commission is actually getting a license and permit. Moving on, line 19, just as renumbering. Line 21, another change from operator to vendor. Again, on page 7, change to the vendor, making it clear that they're in charge of paying for the decals. And then some more renumbering for the remainder of that page, subsections C and D being renumbered. You'll see some more changes on line 16 and 19, again, making it clear that the vendor is to remit the tax, and that's their obligation. And then going on to page 8, here's where you're going to see, I think, a very important provision that we need to start getting to work on immediately. You'll see the creation of a new 1125-305. And if you go on to the following page that I've provided and that you see in the amendment, this deals with the process for grounds of denial. Looking at most other states, there's always a clear indication that if you get an applicant whose criminal background check has certain crimes that the individuals have committed, that they automatically are disqualified from receiving a license. And so it is a little troublesome, in my opinion, Mr. President, that the current statute does not give the Gaming Commission that immediate authority. And so going forward, I think it's clear, and we need to send a clear message to anyone who wants to swindle Wyoming that they need not apply if they've been convicted of crimes involving theft, bribery, physical harm, or any other crimes defined by the commission by rules, that those can be grounds of denial. Further, it also states that applicants who are concealing or failing to disclose or otherwise attempting to mislead the commission may be disqualified as well. And would be disqualified, as well as the applicant failing or refusing to cooperate in investigations of crime related to gambling, corruption of public officials, or any organized criminal activity. And then just some broad language saying that grounds for denial would also be if the applicant failed to otherwise meet the requirements of the statute. It also puts on the operators a continuing duty to disclose in writing any material changes in their application. And that would include things like changes to their name or contact information, or if things are happening in their current life, if they've been arrested, if they've been convicted since they applied for their applications, if they've entered into any guilty pleas, or if they've had any kind of disciplinary action, or if they had their license removed, either in Wyoming or any other jurisdiction for any kind of matter, or that if a civil action was brought against the operator or the establishment. So, or any other rules that the commission might want to develop through the rulemaking process. And then finally, paragraph D says that if the commission denies an application or intends to revoke or suspend a license, that it will notify the applicant, and it will state the grounds for the denial, revocation, or suspension. And it will really start taking on a more formal process as required under the Administrative Procedures Act. And in visiting with the individuals who had their applications denied, they were given very little notice. The applications were determined during a meeting, and there really was a lack of due process and a lack of clarity over the standards. And so I think we really do need to tighten that up going forward. Moving on to page 9, you'll just see a basic conforming amendment. Nothing on page 10, 11, 13 more conforming amendments until you get to line 19, just making it clear that the operator means a person who possesses and operates an establishment where skill-based amusement games may be played for profit. Moving on to 11, some clarifying language on line 11 about skill-based games are not games played for prizes of nominal value. There was concern about regulating arcades and claw machines that kids normally use. We don't want to regulate those types of machines. And then the new definition of vendor in paragraph x, vendor means a person who owns and distributes a skill-based amusement game to an operator for profit. On page 14, this also strengthens some of those criminal protections. It requires the commission, instead of being authorized just to receive the information, that they will and shall review that history for all operators and vendors, and that any applicant will be reviewed under that criteria, as well as members of the commission, including their employees. And that's standard practice in the industry, in any gaming industry. Anyone that is unwilling to provide that information on an annual basis, that should be a cause for alarm. With that, we're going to go toward the end of the bill. If you look at page 18, there'd be the creation of a new subsection or new section 3 and a new section 4. Section 3 would say that any person who is operating under this act has a bit of a grace period. We have some mandatory language in subsection, the last section of this bill that said it's to take immediate effect, but we want to make sure that we're giving folks a little bit of time to catch up, make sure that all their permits are up to speed, that all of the necessary paperwork's been filed. So that's the purpose of subsection 3, or the new section 3, excuse me. And then finally, section 4, because of the legislature's lack of clarity in existing statutes and providing a process, this requires the Gaming Commission to re-review those applications that were submitted last year, either whole or in part. I think we set the date of June 1st, just so that there's some clarity and they can go forward. And if they decide to deny those applications, at least we know and we have a process in place so that that can be heard under the contested case procedures of the Wyoming Administrative Procedures Act. So with that, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions about the amendment.
Senator Ellis, you've been busy. All right, we are on second reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 56. Questions, please, Senator Landon, and then Senator Scott in that order.
Mr. President, thank you. I, like you, am kind of absorbing this second reading amendment and wanted to share a story with the rest of the Senate. All good things come out of Wyoming. We know that. I have a really good friend who ended up out in a state to the west of us. And he actually has worked his way up into very high levels with the manufacturing industry for the machines that we're talking about in this bill. And so I reached out based on the legislation that came out of the interim, just to get some thoughts from that individual. And I thought it was useful to share what he wrote back. And a couple of things that he said were, first, he said, if you're going to stand up a commission and ask for any sort of enforcement, do you really have the people to do it? He said, that's a little bit of a concern to me. And he said, in this state where I live, we did run into some issues. And he also said, and don't forget that nature abhors a vacuum. If there aren't some things in place, there are nefarious actors out there, and they will fill the gaps. He said, all you have to do is pay attention to a couple of other states that really ran into problems on this front. And one is up in the northeast part of the country. One is dead center on the map. That'll give you the opportunity to maybe guess kind of where those states are, but you can probably Google it. Anyway, so one of the things that this amendment does that I'm very confident about, and appreciate all the work that the chairman has gone through, my goodness. But the thing is, it does put in place the ability for the commission to oversee some of this stuff. And I think that is critically important. So I'm supportive of the amendment, still trying to catch up to all of it, but hope that helps, Mr. President. Thank you.
Good discussion. We'll continue now with Senator Scott.
Mr. President, I too am supportive of the amendment. I had one question about in the middle of the explanation. There was something said about civil suits, and I wasn't at all clear how that was being used, whether just the presence of a civil suit could disrupt the process of a license, or is it a civil suit that's an enforcement action? Because if it's just a plain civil suit, a competitor could hook one of those up and try to gum the works up for his competition. If it's an enforcement action, that's a very different matter.
Before we go back to the sponsor, any further questions or discussions? Further discussion on the amendment? All right, let's go back to the sponsor. Senator Ellis, you have a couple of comments, questions in there as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. To my colleague on the TRW committee. I appreciate his comments. And in, I've been doing a lot of work to catch up on what happened last year, where we are, and kind of where we need to go. I know that the commission started developing a number of rules during the interim. Those are in the process right now. It provides for things like inspections, audits, prohibited activities, but I think we do need to make clear in our statutes some, very fundamental things. And I think these amendments really start, giving the commission some direction of first things first. Here's what we need to start working on immediately. And as we, continue to monitor how this industry evolves and what kind of regulatory scheme we want to adopt, I think there's a lot more work down the road. But in my experience, I think this is a very important place to start. To the good senator from Natrona County, let me back up and explain. So under paragraph A, which would be in the new section 305, these would provide the grounds for automatic denial, and that's all laid out in the Romanettes 1 through 4. And then you would see, the grounds for denial would be in subsection B. Subsection C, where that requires, I have not had enough coffee, Mr. President. Let me just back up. So under B, under grounds of denial, there's the list of things that are mandatory. If we see those popping up in an applicant's record, their application will be denied. But when it comes to the civil suit provision, it's more a duty to disclose. And I'm just trying to make sure I'm finding this language correctly. And this is under paragraph C. This is the obligation to disclose. So this is not automatic grounds for denial. You'll see under that list that if you change your name or you change your contact information, you just have a duty to let the commission know. That doesn't necessarily trigger a revocation of your license. Going on to paragraph 2, if you've been arrested for anything, if you've got, you were pulled over for a DUI, that's not automatic grounds for denial, but should you let the commission know? Absolutely. If you were convicted, had a guilty plea. And so that's the intention of it. And so along the lines of a civil action, there might be an instance where, the establishment isn't being kept up. Someone was injured. It might involve the machine. It's more of a case-by-case determination of whether or not that's somehow interfering with the play that's occurring in the establishment. So I want to be clear, these are not automatic grounds for denial. It's more of just a duty to let the commission know. And so hopefully there's no nefarious acts by a competitor to just bring a suit to bring a suit. It's just a duty to let the commission at least look at the circumstance. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. All right. Quite a bit of discussion and follow-up then. Are we ready for the question on the amendment? Question on the amendment. All those in favor? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as a reminder, I'm a conflict on these votes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's proceed now with the vote on the amendment. All those in favor, say aye. Hold your hands up so the chief clerk can count.
It's near unanimous, sir. You want to call for the noes,
Yes.
please?
Those opposed? Thank you.
Seeing none. Thank you.
All right. We're back on the bill then. Senate File 56. Having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a 3rd time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 57, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 57, School Finance Dates for Fund Transfers, sponsored by Education.
There are no amendments. Senate File 57, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a 3rd time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 60, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 60, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Revisions 2, sponsored by Revenue.
Senate File 60, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a 3rd time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senate File 61, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 61, amortization of sales and use tax, sponsored by Minerals.
Senate File 61, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 63,
Senate File 63.
second reading of the Senate file. Go ahead.
Senate File 63, Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account Distribution Timing.
Senate File 63, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objections, it is so ordered. Senate File 64, second reading of the Senate file.
Senate File 64, Local Government Distributions Revisions 2, sponsored by Appropriations.
Senate File 64, having been read 2 separate times, the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Hearing no objection, it is so ordered.
Mr. President.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask for a 45-minute recess so we can have staff have the ability to get our bills across to the House. So if we could stand at ease for 45 minutes.
Absent objection, we'll stand at ease for 45 minutes. Thank you. Till the sound of the gavel.
Hello?
Hey, Senator Bill, give me a call if you get a chance.
We're gonna get time for the white rod first.
Yeah, do the white rod first.
Okay, and then this, you're gonna read this.
Yeah, to suspend the rules, so.
Okay. And then after you read the.
Hey, Dan? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, he's here.
Okay, hey, the other thing was, he is, the other thing, good old, man, how fast we forget. Senator Kinski is gonna go over the long-term forecast. I was just gonna make what's that?
I got that.
And then when he's done, I'll just make a few comments about the current fiscal profile, which has also been sent out to all members. And so maybe what I'll do is I'll just say that if we can, maybe I'll just take a minute sometime after later so that they'll have time to pull it up and pull it out and look at it instead of just launch right into it.
We'll let Kinski speak, and then we'll note that our chairman is gonna come back and recap a little bit later, and we'll do our third readings.
Okay, yeah, okay, thanks. Appreciate it, Dan. Mr. President, thank you.
Give him a chance to absorb.
So right now I look at Senator Driscoll and he looks like, I don't know what he looks like. He looks like, there's like a line coming over his shoulder and he looked like a little, he looks.
Star, that's a halo, but it looks more like a bullet wound.
Yeah, oh, be careful. Well, again, we're still being recorded, so I think we're still going. So be careful.
And that'll make it better in my office. These shades don't
Yeah,
darken.
the sun's right behind you.
Yeah,
Needs to get a little higher.
All right.
Hey, Charlie, are you at home or are you in town somewhere today?
I'm at home. They used CARES Act money to redo our broadband out here over the holidays and got it working. It's the problem I've got is it's got a bug in it that periodically knocks it off. And I just hope that doesn't happen when we're about to have a roll call. It doesn't happen every day, but there's somewhere in the multiple towers that it takes to get here, there's a problem and they haven't found it. So I'm at risk of being suddenly knocked out.
Yeah, either that or maybe it's just the occasional somebody taking target practice once in a while at something on one of the towers.
Well, it's not that we have a problem. The general public, we've got a section 36 up the Coal Creek Road.
Mm-hmm.
And the general public goes shooting up there, which is fine because there's a nice bank that they can shoot into where they can't possibly miss that bank. So it's pretty safe. But they've crashed it up like you wouldn't believe. And sooner or later, the powers that be, we don't have the power to do anything about it as a grazing lessee. But sooner or later, the powers that be are going to have to cut it off.
That's that section back there on Coal Mountain Road.
Yeah,
right there by the Narrows where you take off to the east.
We'll get a few folks back on the screen. There we go. Everybody welcome home. Senate resumes now coming out of recess. And before we turn to the majority floor leader, we have Senator Kinski to go over essentially White Rod, go over the budget. Listen carefully because the chairman will be available a little bit later in the session to answer any questions you got. But as a follow-up, Senator Kinski, do we have you ready to review that for us? Where is Senator
Mr.
Kinski?
President,
Yeah.
I thought we were going to do that before we actually went towards the end of the third reading.
Okay, I was instructed we were ready to go. So Senator Kinski, do you want to add to that? You have no screen, you have no mic.
Well, I don't know if Senator Kinski's ready to go because I think myself and Senator Kinski were under the impression we were going to do that. And I see the chief clerk nodding her head, so.
We'll proceed and jump right into our third readings then.
All right.
Okay. I would text you is ready, but we'll wait. Okay, let's proceed. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, thank you. Members, we're going to ask for you to suspend the rules to go from a second reading to a third reading in one day. This requires a 2/3 vote that will be a roll call vote. And we will ask you to vote yes, which will allow us to get bills teed up to go across to the House today. So at this point, Mr. President, in accordance with SR 1-3, I move that the Senate suspend the rules. It's Senate Rule 7-8, which states bills on third reading will be held one day after the second reading. The purpose of this suspension is to allow us to accelerate today's second reading bills to third reading. The following bills will be accelerated. Senate File 37, Omnibus Water Bill Planning from the Water Committee. Senate File 45, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Revisions from the Revenue Committee. Senate File 50, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Reversions 2 from the Revenue Committee.
Correction, point of order, Senate File 60.
Senate File 60, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Revisions 2 from the Revenue Committee. Senate File 57, School Finance Dates for Fund Transfers from the Education Committee. Senate File 43, Wyoming Energy Authority Amendments from the Minerals Committee. Senate File 26, Animal Abuse Statutes Reorganization and Update from the Agriculture Committee. Senate File 42, Out-of-State Bank Charter Conversions from Minerals Committee. Senate File 53, Ground Ambulance Service Provider Assessment Act from the Labor Committee. Senate File 61, Amortization of Sales and Use Tax from the Minerals Committee. Senate File 63, Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Act Distribution Timing, Cap Fin and Investment Committee.
Thank you. Everybody heard the list all right. With that having been said, you have heard the motion pursuant to SR 1-3. Suspension of the Senate rules requires a 2/3 vote of the members duly elected. Motion is non-debatable. Would the chief clerk please call the roll?
Mr. President, I need just 1 minute.
And it is just a moment.
Mr. President,
Whoever spoke, please go ahead.
Senator Cost,
Senator Costa.
there were two bills on the list that was sent to us that were not read here. Are they off or are they supposed to be on?
They are off. If you didn't hear them, they are off the consent list for this
Okay,
time.
thank you.
Point of order.
President Case, I can know who's calling point of order without even knowing.
It's Case.
Yeah, I knew that. I said, without even looking, I can tell.
I'm so sorry,
That's okay.
Mr. President. So I think what we're doing is suspending the rules for the purpose of taking up third reading. And then there was a list put out that's a consent list, and that's different than necessarily, that is part of third reading, but it may not be all of third reading, if that's my understanding. And I think it was a little bit confusing because the bills that were to be accelerated were read out of numerical order. But I actually do think they are all of our second reading bills moving to third reading. And I might be wrong on that, but within that group that is being accelerated, we're proposing, or there is proposed, a consent list, which will be handled like the consent list we did earlier. And there will be some bills that aren't on that consent list, but my understanding is they're still accelerated. I hope I've got that right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman Case, that is a correct summary. Those you don't hear, we will be coming back around to address later moment. These are the ones on the consent list that our floor leader read. Mr.
The ones on the list aren't accelerated. They will come up Monday.
Okay.
So we had Senate File 50, Senate File 56, Senate File 21 that will come up under normal third reading, just like a normal Monday. And
Was Senate File 64 in there? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
and 64.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. President, could we redo the bills that will not be accelerated?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, floor leader.
Will be Senate File 21, which was Judicial Review Agency Actions. Senate File 50, which was COVID-19 Business Relief Programs by Agriculture. Senate File 56, which was the gaming bill. And the local government distributions, which was
Senate File 64.
And those bills will be back Monday as per normal.
Right. Senator Hutchings and then Senator Landon, in that order, please, while we wait for the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Dockstader, this question is for the majority floor leader. What was the Senate rule that we're suspending?
Mr. Floor Leader, I have it. Would you like to give it?
Yeah, you can do it. I'm just pulling it back up. It is Senate Rule 7-8, and it's in accordance with Senate Rule 1-3. So, but Senate Rule 7-8, and that states that bills on third reading will be held one day after the second reading. So what we're doing is saying that we're actually going to go around that rule and do two readings in one day.
You okay, Senator Hutchings, on that?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go Senator Landon next, and then Senator Rompus, and then Senator McEwen in that order. Senator Landon.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President. Just trying to make sure that I'm straight on what happens from this point. The bills that we will move forward to Monday for third reading, are we going to be able to finish them during this virtual session, which lasts 8 days? Or after third reading, would they simply sit till March and not go over to the other chamber?
Mr. President?
Go ahead.
They will carry over to the next session in March. They will not make the cutoff date for crossover, which is today.
Thank you for that, Mr. President, Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you. Minority Floor Leader Rompus.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think for clarity, and it seems like we've got a minute to deal with this, could we, excuse me, have the majority floor leader proactively read the file names that are going to be expedited instead of just telling us the exceptions, if that makes sense?
Sure. In other words, go back and review it again.
Yeah,
Well,
just
okay.
run the list again,
Sure,
please,
we can do that.
with the rule. Thanks.
Before we do that, let's go to Senator McEwen. As one more question from the floor.
All right, I'll see if I can.
Wait. Let's, Senator McEwen, did you have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. We have two bills on here, Senate File 45 and Senate File 60. We can't pass both of those, can we? And we have to go one way or the other?
We actually can, Mr. President,
Mr. Floor Leader.
we actually can pass them both. probably one of them will fall by the wayside. And we'll actually have a vote on them. But no, we can pass bills, both of them, without violating any rules.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Privilege of the floor, Mr. President.
Senator Case,
Mr. President, if I could have privilege of the floor.
please.
On this point, because we're not really debating a bill. And if we want to debate a bill, we'd probably take it off the consent list. And we'd probably do it after it was already accelerated. But if we were, and I'm using my own privilege, the senator is right. We can't pass both these out. They're kind of in conflict, but we don't know for sure that Senate File 60 is going to make it. We think it is. And so we'll pass them both out of the Senate, and we will see how these two bills fare across our way with our friends. And it'll be kind of a collective decision as to which one goes forward and how that works. And so, but it will happen. We do resolve conflicts all the time. We just keep our eye on the balls and realize as they move through which one is the one that's going to make it. And we make that happen. And we'll, if it's amended over there, for example, we'll get the chance to consent on it. And we may choose not to, but there'll be other ways it'll be handled. It may end up just in somebody's drawer over there until the other one proceeds, and it'll all be okay.
Thank you for the background information, Senator.
Mr. President.
Senator Kinski.
Mr. President, just a question for the majority floor leader, if I may. I had understood 64 was going to stay on the consent list. We were going to review the white rod before we, at some opportune moment before we had the final vote, but I understood 64 was going to stay on the list. Am I misinformed, Mr. President, Mr. Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. President.
Mr. Floor Leader.
Off guidance I had, if I'm going to redo the list for Minority Leader Rothfuss, if you'd like that included, we will just start the motion over. She's getting ready for the vote, and I will include it at the direction of yourself or Chair of Appropriations, because that's, I'm actually going on your folks' direction.
Chair of Appropriations, Senator Perkins, would you like to weigh in?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I think what the intent was that we wanted, everybody should have received their email this morning, a couple of emails. One of them is a long-term profile, and the other one also is there's the fiscal profile for this biennium with the actions that have been taken so far. Those both came out this morning from Budget and Fiscal. I think they're from either Don Richards or from
Dean Temke.
Or Dean Temke. So if you look at those, and so what I want to do is take a pause before 64 to explain where we are both in the long term and where we are with respect to our finances in this biennium. Senator Kinski was going to take the long term, and I was going to do briefly on where we are for this biennium. We were going to do that prior to 64 as a matter of information to the body as they vote, before they vote.
Understood, Mr. Floor Leader. With that instruction, what would you like to do?
Mr. President, am I in order to reread the motion and do it again?
Yes, you are.
I would withdraw the motion I made without a problem, and I will reread the.
Let's do this, Mr. Floor Leader. Let's start back up the top of your script for the clarification of the record, okay?
We will, and I'm going to withdraw my motion. So I actually made one. I'll withdraw it without objection.
Motion withdrawn.
Thank you. Mr. President, in accordance with SR 1-3, I move that the Senate suspend its Rule 7-8, which states bills on third reading will be held one day after the second reading. The purpose of this suspension is to allow us to accelerate today's second reading bills to third reading. The following bills will be accelerated. Senate File 37, Omnibus Water Bill Planning from the Water Committee. Senate File 45, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Revisions, Revenue Committee. Senate File 60, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Revisions 2 from the Revenue Committee. Senate File 57, School Finance Dates for Funds Transfers, Education Committee. Senate File 43, Wyoming Energy Authority Amendments from the Minerals Committee. Senate File 26, Animal Abuse Statutes Reorganization and Update from the Agriculture Committee. Senate File 42, Out-of-State Bank Charter Conversions, Mineral Committee. Senate File 53, Ground Ambulance Service Provider Assessment Act, Labor Committee. Senate File 61, Amortization of Sales and Use Tax, Minerals Committee. Senate File 63, PWMTF Reserve Account Distribution Timing, Cap Finance and Investment. Senate File 64, Local Government Distributions, Reversions to Appropriations Committee.
You have any questions before I proceed?
You have heard the motion. You've got a script.
Yeah, I know. I'm just double checking before we proceed. Making sure the body is following. Okay. You've heard the motion pursuant to SR 13, suspension of the Senate rules requires a 2/3 vote of the members duly elected. Motion is not debatable. Would the chief clerk please call the roll?
For suspension of the rules, Anderson absent. Baldwin.
Aye.
Aye. Beitman.
Excused?
Excused. Boner.
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard.
Aye.
Aye. Case. No.
Correct.
Cooper.
Aye.
Aye. Driscoll.
Aye.
Aye. Ellis.
Aye.
Aye. French.
Aye.
Aye. Furphy.
Aye.
Aye. Garou.
Aye.
Aye. Hicks.
Aye.
Aye. Hutchings. Aye.
It's an aye.
James.
Aye.
Aye. Kinsky.
Aye.
Aye. Cole.
Aye.
Aye. Cost.
Aye.
Aye. Landon.
Aye.
Aye. McCune. Aye.
Correct? Aye.
Nethercott.
Aye.
Aye. Pappas.
Aye.
Aye. Perkins.
Aye.
Aye. Rothfuss.
Aye.
Aye. Salazar.
Aye.
Aye. Schuler.
Aye.
Aye. Scott.
Aye.
Aye. Steinmetz.
Aye.
Aye. Wasserberger.
Aye.
Aye. President Dockstetter.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. To suspend the rules, 27 aye, 1 no, 1 excused, and 1 absent.
By your vote of 26-1 with 1 excused, 1 absent, Senate Rule 7-8 is suspended for the purpose of accelerating the aforenamed Senate files to third reading. Mr. Floor Leader, follow up on your part.
Mr. President, I think we're ready to go.
All right, then we'll go to those that were removed off the list, correct?
I think we reread the list again. Alan, can you give us guidance?
Some clarification, Ellen.
Mr. President, your JAC chair had his hand up.
Mr. Chairman.
No, I think our Madam Chief Clerk is going to take care of this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Madam Chief Clerk.
Mr. President, I assumed at this point we would move into third reading and final passage, and you will ask the majority floor leader for a consent list.
Bingo.
There we go.
Bills on third reading and final passage. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, do you have a consent list?
Mr. President, I do. Excuse me. Senate File 37, Omnibus Water Bill Planning. Senate File 45, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Reversions. Senate File 60, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Reversions 2. Senate File 57, School Finance, Dates for Funds Transfers. Senate File 43, Wyoming Energy Authority amendments. Senate File 26, Animal Abuse Statutes Reorganization and Update. Senate File 42, Out-of-State Bank Charter Conversions. Senate File 53, Ground Ambulance Service Provider Assessment Act. Senate File 61, Amortization of Sales and Use Tax. Senate File 63, PWMTF Reserve Account Distribution Timing. Senate File 64, Local Government Distributions, Reversions 2.
Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. Would anyone like any of the bills? Senator Case.
Mr. President, I hate to do this, but is it possible that when the vote is taken and then after the consent vote is tabulated, that when the chief clerk goes through and gets the no votes, or possibly an aye vote, that we do it in consent list bill numerical order? I think it's easier on the senators and just to track where you're at and which bill is coming. I might be wrong, but we actually have most of them in numerical order already. And we've always done lists by numerical order. This is kind of unusual. And I'm worried that people might get confused.
Right. So as Chief Clerk, are you prepared? You can come back in numerical order?
Yes, Mr. President, I believe you have a list of those
I do.
in numerical order. So when you reread the list, and I will call for them in numerical order. So, Mr. President, if you would read that consent list that I gave you, that would be greatly appreciated.
Way ahead of us.
Thank you.
Well,
Way to go.
all right. So I'm going to go off of a list that's not in numerical order, but I'll make it in numerical order.
Mr. President, I have a numerical order list. Would you like me to read it again?
Please do.
Hey.
Senate File 26, Animal Abuse Statutes Reorganization and Update. Senate File 37, Omnibus Water Bill Planning. Senate File 42, Out-of-State Bank Charter Conversions. Senate File 43, Wyoming Energy Authority Amendments. Senate File 45, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Reversions. Senate File 53, Ground Ambulance Service Provider Assessment Act. Senate File 57, School Finance Dates for Fund Transfers. Senate File 60, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Reversions 2. Senate File 61, Amortization of Sales and Use Tax. And Senate File 63, PWMTF Reserve Account Distribution Timing, somehow. And Senate File 64, Local Government Distributions Reversions 2.
Thank you. Senator Hicks and then Senator Perkins.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was going to ask to have Senate File 64 removed from the consent list.
Okay,
If there's no objections.
Well, that'll be asked in just a moment. Okay, 64. Let's just do it this way. Having been read 3 separate times, or excuse me, would anyone like any of the bills removed from the consent list? And we are proceeding then with that removal. Anyone else? All right, that has been removed. Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall these bills pass the Senate? Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President, just one clarification again on the bill that was removed, if you could repeat that.
Senate File 64, Local Government Distributions, Revision 2.
I apologize. Could you repeat the list one more time? I want to get this vote correct.
Mr. Mr. Floor Leader, you have the list in numerical order. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry, my screen doubled and didn't have a mute key. Last time on the list,
Numerical order.
Senate File 26, Animal Abuse Statutes Reorganization and Update. Senate File 37, Omnibus Water Bill Planning. Senate File 42, Out-of-State Bank Charter Conversions. Senate File 43, Wyoming Energy Authority Amendments. Senate File 45, Monthly Ad valorem Tax Reversions. Senate File 53, Ground Ambulance Service Provider Assessment Act. Senate File 57, School Finance Dates for Fund Transfers. Senate File 60, Monthly Ad valorem Tax Reversions 2. Senate File 61, Amortization of Sales and Use Tax. Senate File 63, PWMTF Reserve Account Distribution Timing. And Senate File 64, Local Government Distributions Reversions 2.
My understanding 64 was removed from the list.
It was.
Okay. So that is not on the list.
Thank you.
Proceed with roll call.
Third reading on the consent list. Anderson, absent. Baldwin?
Aye.
Aye. Beitman?
Aye.
Aye. Boner?
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard?
Aye.
Aye. Case?
Aye.
Aye. Cooper?
Aye.
Aye. Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Ellis?
Aye.
Aye. French?
Aye.
Aye. Furphy?
Aye.
Aye. Guru?
Aye.
Aye. Hicks?
Excuse temporarily.
Hicks?
And now we got it. Go ahead.
Aye.
Hicks, aye. Hutchings? Aye. James?
Aye.
Aye. Kinsky?
Aye.
Aye. Cole?
Aye.
Aye. Cost?
Aye.
Aye. Landon?
Aye.
Aye. McCune?
Aye.
Aye. Nethercott?
Aye.
Aye. Pappas?
Aye.
Aye. Perkins?
Aye.
Aye. Rothfuss?
Aye.
Aye. Salazar?
Aye.
Aye. Schuler?
Aye.
Aye. Scott?
Aye.
Aye. Steinmetz?
Aye.
Aye. Wasserberger?
Excused.
Excused. President Dockstetter?
Aye.
Aye. On the consent list, 28 aye, 1 excused, 1 absent.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of members, elect to the Senate files.
No,
No,
no, Mr. Chair, Mr.
Go ahead.
President, point
Go
of
ahead.
order.
Go ahead, Senator Perkins.
Yeah, no, we have to go back through those and let everybody have the opportunity to change their vote before we announce whether they succeeded or whether they passed or failed.
Okay. Again, I don't have
Mr. President, don't worry, you'll get the hang of this about the time your 2-year term is up. Just take it from me.
Thank you.
You're doing great, Mr. President.
Thank you. And again, I do not have the numerical order. Am I allowed to call on the floor leader to review those numbers again?
no,
No, not yet.
I will call those out, Mr. President,
Thank you.
as
Go
I
ahead.
take votes on those.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, we are voting on Senate File 26. Are there any changes?
Bateman, I don't know.
Beitman, aye to no.
Ellis, I don't know.
Ellis, aye to no.
Driscoll, I don't know.
Driscoll, aye to no.
Schuler, I don't know.
Schuler, aye to no. Closing vote.
Landon, no.
Landon, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 26, 23 aye, 5 no, 1 excused, 1 absent. Senate File 37, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 37, 28 aye, 1 excused, 1 absent. Senate File 42, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 42, 28 ayes, 1 excused, 1 absent. Senate File 43, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 43, 28 aye, 1 excused, 1 absent. Senate File 45, are there any changes?
Cost,
Biden,
Cost, aye to no.
Bateman, I to know.
Beitman, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 45, 26 aye, 2 no, 1 excused, 1 absent. Senate File 53, are there any changes?
Perkins, no.
Perkins, no.
Steinmetz, I to know.
Steinmetz, aye to no.
Kolb,
Bateman,
I to know.
Kolb, aye to no.
Bateman, I to know.
Beitman, aye to no.
Hutchings, I to know.
Hutchings, aye to no.
McEwen, I to know.
McCune, aye to no.
French, I to know.
French, aye to no.
Nethercott, I to know.
Nethercott, aye to no.
Driscoll, I to know.
Driscoll, aye to no.
Dockstetter, no.
Dockstetter, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 53, 18 aye, 10 no, 1 excused, 1 absent. Senate File 57, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 57, 28 aye, 1 excused, 1 absent. Senate File 60, are there any changes?
Bateman, I to know.
Beitman, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 60, 27 aye, 1 no, 1 excused, 1 absent. Senate File 61, are there any changes?
Scott, no.
I to know.
Scott, aye to no.
Hicks,
French.
I to know.
Hicks, aye to no.
French, I don't know.
French, aye to no.
Driscoll, I don't know.
Driscoll, aye to no.
Hutchings, I to know.
Hutchings, aye to no.
Cole, I to know.
Kolb, aye to no.
Case, I to know.
Case, aye to no.
McEwen, I don't know.
McEwen, 9 aye to no.
Bouchard, I don't know.
Bouchard, aye to no.
James, I to know.
James, aye to no.
Steinmetz, I to know.
Steinmetz, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 61, 17 aye, 11 no, 1 excused, 1 absent. Senate File 63, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 63, 28 aye, 1 excused, 1 absent. That completes the consent list.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of members elected to the Senate, Senate File 26, Senate File 37, Senate File 42, Senate File 43, Senate File 45, Senate File 53, Senate File 57, Senate File 60, Senate File 61, and Senate File 63 have passed the Senate.
Mr. President, I think Senator Hutchings has her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Senator Hutchings, sorry about that.
Thank you, Senator Perkins and Mr. Chairman. Is it appropriate to ask who's excused? Just want to know.
Senator Case.
It's certainly appropriate to ask who's excused, but we can't interrupt a vote. And we've had technology issues and things, but we need to just keep our hands down until the vote's over. And then unless there's a point of order with respect to the vote, that would really be the only thing to be in order.
So is this the appropriate time to ask? Because I counted.
I think so, Mr. President. I think it'd be fine now. You were trying to get their attention before, but that's okay.
Oh, just was waiting.
Yeah.
All right, okay, thank you. All right, thank you. You're asking who missed the vote, or?
I just heard her say someone was excused, and I know we have 1 absent. I just wondered who was excused, if it was appropriate to ask that.
Chief Clerk, I think we just had 1. I was paying attention to the numbers list. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was Senator Wasserberger. He was excused on the consent list because he did not answer the roll call.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So at this point, Mr. Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I have a correction to make. I misspoke earlier. So for all of the body, any bills that come out on 3rd reading Monday do meet crossover for this session.
So clarification then for the body, those left on 3rd reading will still be considered on Monday.
That make it through 3rd reading do make crossover. I misspoke. So I wanted to clarify that and make sure the body understood it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Floor Leader, where would you like to take us in from this point?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
Yes, are you ready for your report?
Well, Mr.
Senator Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Binger. We still have to do 64. So that's we're still on third reading. So we now would go, the next reading of the bill would be 64. But prior to that,
The
we'd like to
explanation.
request privilege of the floor. It's not debate on the bill, it's for informational purposes. So we would request privilege of the floor, if you may, for Senator Kinski to discuss the long-term profile. And if you think that would be appropriate, Mr. President, and then I'll spend a minute on the fiscal profile, the white rod or goldenrod, as we call it. When we get into the session, they start showing up in gold color. Oh.
Right. So in that order, Senator Kinski and then Chairman Perkins. You have
Thank you,
privilege of
Mr.
the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Folks, you should have received in your email a document from Don Richards that's called and it's titled at the top, it's a 2-page document, January 2021, Craig Long-Term Revenue Forecast, including Gov's supplemental requests, except future major maintenance. And what we'd like to do is walk through this a little bit. First, to give you a little bit of background, this is what I hope is the culmination of at least 5 years of efforts to improve transparency and understanding of the budget process. I think it began with our appropriations chair, Senator Perkins, when he ran for vice president. His pledge was that he'd bring greater transparency to the budget process. And my first budget year, we were inundated with spreadsheets and fact sheets, and the folks that have been around a bit longer told me how refreshing it was that that level of information was available to folks on the floor to help follow along in the budget. So this, I look at this report, this new long-term revenue forecast, in lieu of the goldenrod. And you all have opportunity to be walked through the goldenrod by Senator Perkins. I am incapable of walking through the goldenrod in any intelligent fashion. It's between 5 and 7 pages for those that have heard it described. It goes through all the various buckets and tips in the state's budget. And it doesn't clearly highlight what our fiscal situation is in my view. So this new long-term revenue forecast was developed. I worked with various members of the Senate, some folks on the House, staff, came up with a draft that was further revised by leadership in both the House and the Senate. And so this is what we have here to try and highlight what our situation is. First, before we start walking through it, I want to bring to your attention what I think are the 2 most important lines in this report. And if your takeaway is nothing else, circle line 40, which is called cumulative total before LISRA transfer, and circle line 42, the LISRA balance. Those 2 will highlight in stark relief what our fiscal situation is. So the line 40 is our cumulative deficit, and line 42 is what we have left in the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account. So with that, you see 3 columns. The 21 to 22 biennium, we're in that now, 23 to 24 biennium, and the 25 to 26 biennium. The first, over to the far left-hand side, it says box 1, that says the beginning balance. So you see general fund and budget reserve account, school foundation program, and school SCCA, school capital construction account. Those figures shown there are actual. That's where we started out. That's basically what we had in the checking account. This is cash on hand. It's not an estimate. Box 2, we start now looking at our estimated revenues, and these are projections based off the Craig report. So there's revenues estimated for the general fund and the budget reserve account. So on line 7, you'll see GF BRA, $2.4 billion. And then underneath, you'll see the detailed breakout of what that 2.4 billion is, if you're following me there. Similarly, on a line 11, school foundation program, you'll see 1.7 billion And beneath it, you'll see a breakout of all the numbers which roll up into that 1.7 billion. Then under revenues, the school capital construction account, SCCA, you'll see that 207 million, and beneath it again, 4 lines which show the detailed breakout sources which roll up into that 207 million. And at the bottom, you have a total for the biennium of $4.3 billion. Let's move on to box 3, which is our estimated expenses. And so we have appropriations and expenditures with the governor's reductions. So this is after Governor Gordon handed us his budget. So first you see the general fund and the budget reserve account. And then what staff has done, so we see $2.5 billion worth of expenses. That's the grand total. Underneath that, staff has broken out the largest of those: Department of Health, Higher Education, Corrections, Major Maintenance, all other. Those 5 lines roll up into the $2.5 billion. Next, under estimated expenses, School Foundation Program, 1.8 billion, and beneath it, the K-12 funding model and all other agencies that tap into the School Foundation Program. Those roll up to 1.8. Line 34, expenses for the school capital construction account, about $250 million, $248 million. The grand total, 4.6. Now, box 4. We're going to take each of those various categories above and net them against each other. So line 36, the general cumulative surplus, or if it's in parenthesis, it's a shortfall. The general fund budget reserve account, including restoration of the statutory reserve. And statutory reserve amount is a $100 million minimum balance that we're required to keep in that account. Line 37 now, so the general fund BRA, what we're doing there is we are subtracting from the total general fund budget reserve revenues minus line 25, the total general fund budget reserve expenditures. You come up with $147 million. Line 37, the School Foundation Program before the LISRA transfer, is minus $298 million. The reason the LISRA transfer is significant is you heard our Senate Appropriations Committee chair indicate that we are backstopping all of the school foundation programs out of the Legislative Stabilization Reserve. So after that LISRA transfer, there's $100 million in the school foundation program. And then the school capital construction account is in the hole by $20 million. So if you go to line 30, let's go back up to line 36. The general fund, the budget reserve, that as you look in the out years, the next 2 biennia, you'll see a negative balance, but that's manageable. That's well within the margin of error in terms of trying to project these things out a couple biennia, and it's stable. It sinks to minus 29 million and 22 million. But when you start getting into these school accounts, you see a structural deficit that is big and gets bigger as you roll out to the next 2 biennia. So on line 40, again, under the 21 to 22 biennium, and I apologize for just stepping through this so slowly, but it's important and difficult. So you see cumulative total before the LISRA transfer. In other words, a deficit of $171 million is where we estimate we'd end the biennium. And then after the LISRA transfer, meaning after we transfer savings in, we're $227 million to the good. Now you move down to estimated reserve balances. You see the LISRA is at $1.2 billion or $1.3 billion. It started out the biennia higher than that. We drew it down in order to balance the budget. Then you have SIPA, the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account, School Foundation Reserve Account, Common School Public Lands Reserve Accounts. It's a series of accounts that in total, you end up with estimated reserve balances of $1.4 billion. And so this is important. It's an improvement over the goldenrod because you used to have to flip back and forth between pages to get this much information. Now let's go back up and look at the 23 to 24 biennium. And we'll just take so now when we get into 23, 24 and 25, 26, we've got some assumptions underlying what we're doing. And those assumptions are detailed in page 2. And so you could quibble with them, you could adjust them, you know, you could question the Craig, but this is based on the best information and what our best minds are able to come up with to try and project into the future. Is this a guarantee? No, but it's to try and illustrate where we think we're heading. So the beginning balance now in the 23-24 biennium, we're down to $193 million from the $606 million. You go to the revenues and you're at 4.5 billion. And you come down to the expenses and you're at 4.77 billion. And it's important to note that that a lot of what's going on here is the revenues are being backfilled out of savings. So jump up to line 16 under the school foundation program. It says investment income earnings, $127 million. Look at line 18, statutory reserve transfer, statutory transfer from the legislative stabilization reserve account, $545 million. Those are actually deficits, but showing up as revenue because we're automatically backfilling out of our savings. So when you go down to the cumulative surplus or shortfall, it's a cumulative of $721 million, which is minus $29 million in the general fund, $546 million in school foundation program before the LISRA transfer, and school foundation program is $100 million after the LISRA transfer, and the school CapCon minus $146 million. So you've got $721 million in the hole, and then jump down to 42. The LISRA is now drawn down to $648 million because we're using it to backfill all the revenue deficits. Jump over to 25 to 26 biennium. Now we're starting out beginning balances, line 6, with $75 million.
In the hole.
In the hole. If you look at the school foundation program, you will see that the investment income guarantee is now 0. You'll see the statutory transfer from LISRA is now 0 because it's estimated around the beginning of that biennium, the legislative stabilization reserve will have dropped below $500 million. So the backstop falls. So now we're looking at a total revenues without those backstops of $4 billion. You jump down to line 35, the expenses are 4.8 billion. And largely that the gaps, if you do the math, come in the school foundation program account and the school capital construction account. So let's look at that math. Line 36, cumulative surplus or shortfall in the general fund, $22 million. We don't even have enough at this point to fulfill the statutory reserve obligation to keep that above $100 million. Line 37, school foundation program before the LISRA transfer is $649 million deficit. Okay, after the LISRA transfer, it's still a $549 million deficit because you can't draw the LISRA below $500 million. There's not enough to backfill that hole. Line 39, school capital construction, $314 million. So by way of information on the school capital construction, that $340 million is more than what we spend just on major maintenance. So you're looking at running out of money. Not only will you not be building new schools, but you don't have enough to even do major maintenance. So a cumulative deficit of $985 million. You jump down to line 42, the LISRA is now down to 543. Now you may say, well, that's above $500 million, but you'll expect the LISRA to bounce around a little bit. The long-term trend is downwards, but once it dips below $500 million, the backstop stops, even if the LISRA subsequently bounces back a little bit. So now you see continuing, the SIPA is empty, it's at zero. The Permanent Mineral Trust Fund reserve account is at zero. The school foundation reserve account is at $400 million because of a transfer the last time that would happen. And the Common School Public Lands Fund reserve account is at zero. So it's now down at the bottom, you'll see 1% severance tax revenue unallocated. There was a special 1% severance tax assessed that originally was intended to help build up the permanent trust fund. We've been intercepting it in light of the fiscal situation, and staff didn't want to determine that it would or would not be spent, so they simply highlighted it there so that we understand that there's a policy issue. One other assumption that goes into this, I think that's important, is this assumes that the $105 million to local governments goes on. I think it assumes that it goes on into perpetuity. So the operative thing is, as we go through various iterations of this, as we progress, is if we spend less, line 40, you will see get smaller. The deficits will be reduced, and line 42, the reserve accounts would increase. Conversely, if we spend more, the deficit gets aggravated and the savings get drawn down faster. And for those of you that are concerned with possible tax increases, the same logic applies. If you increase taxes, revenues, your surplus or shortfall would diminish and your balance in savings would increase. So I appreciate everybody's patience. That's a lot to walk through. But I think some of those that have been around for a while will agree that at least it's still complicated, but it gets everything into one page, projected out for a couple of biennia so that we can more clearly understand what our fiscal situation is. Thank you, Mr. President. Stand for any questions.
I'm going to crowd in. I want to give a huge thank you to Senator Kinski for the work he's done on this. This is the first time we've had really good forward-looking projections of where we're going, and it certainly clarifies where we're at, where we need to be in the decisions we have to make going forward. And this type of reporting, what you've reformed into, I call it the K-Rod, is truly really a good change for us. And for the people coming in, I can tell you most new senators, the old rule of thumb was if you got it at all, it took you a couple of years to get where you could wander through the thing. So this is a huge change and a big pat on the back for me, because I think it's very helpful top to bottom, doesn't matter how long you've been here, to have good financial forecasting going forward. So thank you, Senator Kinski.
Mr. President. Mr. President, you're muted.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. President, I would like to second that. Thanks to Senator Kinski and to all the staff that assisted and worked on this. Frankly, in the 43 years I've been here, this is the best financial presentation I've seen in terms of where we really are.
Further comment, Senator Hicks, Vice President?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I think Senator Kinski did a good job alluding to that there's some assumptions in here, but I want to provide you one assumption on the revenue side that we've been cautioned over and over by our budget and fiscal staff is historically the largest source of revenue for the state of Wyoming was coal. And we knew we were going to sell 400 million tons of coal every year. year in, year out. And so we had a very stable foundation to our revenue stream. Oil is now our number one revenue stream. It is a global commodity. The prices fluctuate radically based on geopolitical issues around the world. We've seen in the last year go from $0 a barrel up to 55 now. And we've been cautioned on several occasions by our fiscal staff that we are now dealing with projections that are their best estimate based on $45 or $50 barrel oil. We've seen several times in the last 5 or 6 years it dropped down below $20 a barrel. So when you look at those revenue forecasts and you say, if that's predicted at $45 to $50 a barrel, what happens the next time it goes to 30 or 35? And so there's a real cautionary note looking at this, that this is maybe one of the best case scenarios for our revenue stream at the very best. It's an in-between, but there is a real potential for a downside with revenue. And not only are we dealing with the geopolitical issues, I think we all know the executive orders banning new mineral extraction or putting a stay on mineral extraction on federal lands. And it's not just federal lands. That applies to federal minerals. And I'm going to remind you that 48% of the state of Wyoming surface belongs to the federal government. Roughly 70%, a little more than 70% of the subsurface, the mineral wealth underneath the surface in the state belongs to the federal government. So even though you may have private surface, they very well be federal minerals. So when I look at these forecasts, I'm just going to give you a cautionary note. This may very well be the best case scenario going forward. So be cautious how we go about this. I think you guys can, you're all very intelligent people, can figure out what this means. It means a lot of really tough decisions going forward. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I did want to highlight that for everybody's consideration.
Mr. Vice President, Chairman Perkins, are you at a point where you'd like to follow up at this point?
As I sit there and look at that, and I want to thank and compliment Senator Kinski. I think that he took the lead on doing this. He's the one that he was the one that persevered on it to get it done. And so I think it's very helpful. That being said, I know that not everybody's a numbers person, and we just had a lot of numbers. And I'm thinking maybe we reserve a trip through the goldenrod for another time, just because there's already a lot to digest, and I don't want to dilute what was done. I think and the only thing we're going to do is probably add some more detail. Mr. President, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but if there's other questions out there, about this, while we're in this privilege of the floor, we could do that. But I think I'll just reserve my trip through the goldenrod for another time. Like I said, we've already had a lot of numbers.
All right. Well, members of the Senate, you do have an opportunity to ask questions of your Chairman of Appropriations at this point. Would you like to do that? Oh, they're thinking it's a Friday. Oh, Senator Furphy. Go ahead.
Mr. President. Let me confirm that this long-term forecast includes $105 million to local cities and towns. Is that correct?
Senator Perkins or Senator Kinski, either one.
Mr. President, if you go to the second sheet, the assumptions under item 7, it says the LSRA balance assumes continued appropriation of $105 million to cities, towns, and counties in future biennia. Under this forecast, it is expected that the $500 million statutory threshold in the LSRA would be triggered near the beginning of 2025. And when that happens, As indicated in prior discussions, there's an automatic across-the-board reduction pro rata to every district that amounts to nearly 30%. So to the extent that you do not put 105 million into local governments, you stave off a 30% cut to K-12 for perhaps another year.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. I just wanted to join the chairman of appropriations saying that I'd be happy to share information at some point, just some observations from the 30,000 foot view on school capital construction, which can be misconstrued, just to sort of emphasize really the expenditure there that's been highlighted very well by the good senator from Sheridan County is the major maintenance portion of what we do. We have really drawn back, as many of you know, in what we have been doing or been able to do in terms of new construction. So I'll save that for another day, but I do think school capital construction is something that we might want to visit a little bit more about. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Any members, new members of the Senate, this is an opportunity to visit with the chairman of appropriations. Any other questions? Go ahead, Senator Chairman Perkins.
Thank you. And the only thing, there's two things, and so in the interest of full disclosure, as we talk about the 105, which is the bill that we've got coming up, I mean, you can see that at the end of the day, we're in an overall deficit position. Even this year, we've brought the general fund, after this year, we were essentially, if the budget recommendations of the governor and and as modified by the Joint Appropriations Committee are more or less adopted by the legislature in the supplemental budget, then we essentially have resolved the structural deficit we've pretty much achieved equilibrium with the general fund budget. However, particularly for new members, if you look again, and it's really important to understand, if you look at box 2, those are the three big boxes, particularly the top two. The general fund and the school foundation program are the two main checkbooks that most of the bills in this state are paid from. And so while we're achieving pretty much equilibrium in the general fund checkbook, you can see that we've got a significant problem, a significant cliff that we're rushing towards, particularly unabated. And so, it comes down to a couple things. There are, we're either, there's ways to do it. You either have to cut, or you've got to adjust revenues. And as you can see, one of the issues isn't and when we talk about raising taxes or no new taxes or whatever that is, keep in mind that historically minerals have paid about between 2/3 to 70% of all the revenues that come into the state are derived from minerals, either severance tax, ad valorem taxes, royalties, federal mineral royalties, those types of things. It comes from minerals. And that tax base, as we all know, just we were talking about yesterday, as we looked at what's being squeezed at the local tax bases, that's the same tax base that the state has. And so it's being squeezed at the state level. And the only thing, and so ultimately when you see that 105, even this year, the 105 is essentially being paid out of the LSRA. We're making that contribution to, whether it's there or wherever it is, I guess you can say it is, but that there's little question that we are paying out of the LSR. We're paying out of our savings account, the rainy day fund, to make whatever payment we make to local governments this year. The other thing I'd point out to you is, again, looking at the bottom, the other thing that's not in this document, and there's no way to put it in this document or anywhere else, is if we have a good year on our investments. We have between the permanent trust fund and the common school permanent land fund, those two are we're upwards of about probably $12 to $13 billion that is invested in for income for the long term. And so the interest and dividends that come off those are estimated to be about 2.5% of those numbers to maybe 2.25% with the way interest rates are going. What's never profiled, because you can't do it, you can't estimate, is capital gains. And so as you look down here at the very bottom there on line 48 of the K-Rod, I do like that name of K-Rod. You'll live in infamy, Senator Kinski. But you know, you have the 1% severance tax, which traditionally has tried to go to build up those savings so that we can have additional savings going forward. But other than those, there's no way. In some years you have capital gains, and some years have capital losses. There's no way to do those. That's why we have some reserve accounts. We won't get into more explanation on this stuff. But you know, even so, even in a great year with capital gains, you're looking at maybe $200 million. And so when you do it, it still doesn't cover, even if we have a great year of capital gains, it's not going to cover or resolve the structural deficit. So we have revenue adjustments to make. We have cost cutting to do, or some combination of those as we move forward. And so, like I say, the budget, we talked a little bit about yesterday, the budget that we will bring to you, and that we started to bring to you in the context of Senate File 64. It's just the beginning. There are lots and lots of painful decisions to be made, not only this year, but even more painful ones in the future, regardless of which avenue or combination of avenues you take to resolve these problems. And it's going to take not just us, but a much broader discussion of all taxpayers across the state for us to understand and determine what level of government services we want in this state as a majority. And it's not just for, that's something we're going to have to continue to talk about, and you're going to have to talk about in your districts and with your people at home. And we've got to decide this going forward, because as you can see, the cliff is looming. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members of the Senate, you're living in historic times. With that, we still have one more bill to consider. Senate File 64, third reading of the Senate file. Chief Clerk.
Senate File 64, Local Government Distribution Revisions 2, an act relating to local government funding, sponsored by Appropriations.
Are you ready for the question? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I did want to have an opportunity to speak on this bill, and I do have concerns. I certainly appreciate the dire straits we're in with the budget. Believe me, I understand where we are now. I understand how we got here. I understand how long we've been tracking towards this time. We've been talking about it as a legislature for the entire time I've been in the legislature. I'm sure they were talking about it before, and obviously the nature of our minerals industry is cyclical, such that not only did we know this moment was happening and coming, previous legislatures have experienced similar circumstances, and I think the upside in the past has always been that there was an expectation that all of the minerals would come back, where we don't necessarily expect that at this point in time. So we need more revenue. We need to make strategic cuts. We need to be thoughtful about all of these things, Mr. President. But the concern that I have with this particular piece of legislation is that it's not really thoughtful and directed in its application of cuts, because it disproportionately affects different communities. And that's just regrettably the nature of the complexity of the distribution formula for the direct distribution. It is incredibly complicated. it's a little bit convoluted, but when you just take off the top, which is effectively what this bill does, cuts 20% off of the second half to achieve a 10% overall cut. Some communities can sustain that. We heard testimony from some communities yesterday in Committee of the Whole that indicated that this wasn't going to be a problem to them. And I think that's true. I think that there are communities in the state that it really won't be much of a problem to lose a portion of this direct distribution. So I took some time this morning, Mr. President, and I circulated a couple of tables that I just wanted to make sure that the Senate had an opportunity to take a look at. So you've got those in an email from me from about an hour ago that looks at per capita distribution for all the municipalities in the state, just as a comparison, and just to provide some insight into how different it is depending on which community and municipality you're in, and how much this actually affects, showing again that it's not perfectly across the board as we would hope. It doesn't affect all communities evenly. It in fact does affect some more than others. And again, we heard testimony yesterday from other communities such as Riverton that would be strongly affected. So, Mr. President, I call attention to the body, if you've got it handy, to the per capita ranked distribution, which kind of provides some insight into not only the cuts, but how much our municipalities are operating with. And this is the most recent data that is available, which was the 2020 fiscal year. Unfortunately, it would be great to have the 2021, but that wasn't readily available or completed quite yet. I think we could probably get that pretty soon to see how it changes, Mr. President. But the key concept, if you're looking at this, is the right-hand column, which indicates the effective cut for each community, which varies from 0% for some communities. So in other words, the cut of the direct distribution, 0.69%, 0.89% is almost trivial compared to their overall budget. But then you have some communities where, like my community, it represents a full 6%, 6.13% of the sales and use tax distribution total. So this is a 6% effective cut to the entire budget of Laramie. And that hurts, particularly since, as you'll also see, the total per capita is very low for Laramie, as it is for some of our other communities, Whirlwind, Torrington, Lovell, Graybull, Riverton, where the per capita is 500 and less. And yet at the same time, Mr. President, we do have communities in the state that for fiscal year 21 had over $1,000 per capita, more than twice. In fact, some had over $1,500 available to run the city on a per capita basis. So, Mr. President, if I were representing a community right now that was making $1,500 worth of sales and use tax per capita, I don't think it would be very difficult to accept this bill and to vote to pass it forward. But, Mr. President, as one of the members that is chronically and traditionally at the bottom of this total per capita list, and once again, we don't have any flexibility to change our taxation for operations. We can only use the 7th cent for special projects. We've already got the 5th cent. These cuts mean firemen to protect folks at the university. They mean policemen. They mean services that are important and roads. So as we contemplate the cuts and the importance of those cuts, and I expect this is going to go forward, I just once again say that I certainly can't support it, but what I could support would be substantially more flexibility to the locals. I would give up the entire direct distribution entirely if Laramie were just given a second general purpose cent. Give us that option. We'd take it, Mr. Chairman.
Time up. Thank you, Senator Rothfuss. Further discussion on Senate File 64. Senator Perkins, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my good friend from, we sometimes call it the Ivory Towers, from my good friend from Albany County. You know, I understand. You know, there's nothing that he said is inaccurate. you know, we have a lot of hard decisions to make. And one of those is going to be somehow, some way, we have to diversify our tax base. Our tax base of minerals is going to continue to shrink, and we've got to find a way to diversify, not even to necessarily have more revenue, but just to have revenue to sustain vital government functions. And we'll have lots of arguments and lots of time to talk about those. But in some respects, this cut, you know, he's got his chart, and it seems to cut his community to the quick more than any other, maybe any more other community as I look down that list. But in some respects, that's an imperfection with the formula. The formula, for those of us who've been around a long time, one of the most unpleasant events of the entire session was arguing about the formula. And I think it's referred to as the Madden formula, was put out. And I think maybe everybody just got tired of arguing about it because we haven't argued about it in a couple of years. But the others, I just wanted to also bring, as we talk about as a matter of education, a while back, everybody should have received a copy of the 2021 budget fiscal data book. And when we talk about that, it's divided up into sections. And when we go to the local government section, and there's a great chart that shows over the last decade and a half, what the total local government state revenue distributions are to state and local government. It's on page, particularly on page 84. And for 2020, the total distributions of state revenue to local governments. So this is the sales tax, it's federal mineral royalties, it's gas taxes, it's severance taxes, it's cigarette taxes, it's lodging taxes. It's all those things. The total to cities, towns, and counties for 2020 was $344 million. The total amount to counties was $259 million, and that includes in those totals included, and then the total of all those total other funding that the Vice President went through yesterday of another $119 million. So the total of all those distributions out, which includes the $52 million of the first half of the $105 million was distributed already in the first year of the biennium. It includes that $722 million distributed out to local governments. And so this cut represents a $10 million reduction to what will next year be somewhere around $700 million. It'll still be somewhere north of $700 million. If you take it right off the top, for all other things being equal, it'd still be $712 million that are distributed to local governments from various state resources. So how it affects individual cities and towns, as we can see from the charts that was given us, it's all over the map. And there are real live effects, but every budget cut we're going to make are going to affect real people in real life situations. And the budget cuts are not going to make their lives better. They're going to make them worse. But we have to, we've got a lot of hard decisions to make, and this is the first one. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Landon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Really appreciate the good words from the Chairman of Appropriations. But I just didn't want to gloss over what our good friend from Albany County was trying to help us to understand. There's probably 25 or 26 of us that really don't have to care much because we're not in that 6 or 8% range. And I see where the president actually has a little community that's going to get hammered even more than that. So I guess my point is I woke up this morning thinking about that conversation of yesterday, and I hope we can take it as kind of a challenge to pick up, the Chairman of Appropriations is exactly right. I can remember several times through the years having to go through those distributions, and it is not fun. But I hope maybe it's a challenge to us to be thinking about how we can provide some equity. It doesn't matter quite as much when you're handing the money out, but when you are making the kind of cuts that we need to make. It really hits me in the heart when we look at places in Fremont County. Some of my favorite places in the entire state, and I bet they're your favorites too, if you look down that list. Some are just flat out taking a heavier hit. And so I guess more than anything, Mr. President, I wanted our friend from Albany County, our new senator from Fremont County, to understand that I'm listening, and I'm sure going to try to do what I can. I have a lot of faith in those who have led us on the finance front. You heard from two of them this morning. Chairman of Appropriation, the senator from Sheridan County. I hope maybe there might be a way that we can find to make this a little more equitable when we hand out the cuts. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Landon. Senator Boner, Chairman Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to highlight a few points, and I just think we're transitioning here, obviously, from a time when we had a tremendous amount of wealth concentrated in very small parts of the state, and maybe it made sense. I think that we could sit here and come up with a formula that's going to redistribute these funds throughout the state. And, you know, when we had excess, maybe that was a competent way of managing things. I agree that we need to shift the focus and make so that these debates are a little less important, and just give our municipalities, counties, maybe even our school districts at some point, more opportunity to make these decisions that are right for their community, because everyone's going to be different. And we look at the very good information the minority leader provided. And I can't help but think about how random this formula is with, you know, we can try and make it as sophisticated as we can. It's just never going to be adequate. And so as we continue to transition, I think it's important to have a more of a change in mentality and continue that shift in mentality from redistributing wealth and through this body in particular, and just giving our local governments more power to chart their own course. It's not determined by these debates. I understand the challenges faced by the community of Laramie, and, you know, especially with the university not paying taxes. Perhaps there's a way to directly address the root cause of that issue without forcing other 98 municipalities to jump through some hoops in order to achieve it. So just a few thoughts. This is part of I think a seismic shift in the way we look at government and the relationship between state government and local government. We've made good strides, especially last year, with giving more flexibility to local communities. I think that needs to continue, even as we continue to draw it down and take a step back from the state level.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Scott, you had a comment?
Yeah, Mr. President, first, I would say I think I have some sympathy for the position that our distinguished colleague from Albany County is in. It's what I would say to him is it's unpleasant to be the one whose ox is being gored this time, but I have a strong suspicion before we get out of this one, each one of us is going to have our ox or our community's ox gored in the process of this. It's going to be unpleasant for everybody. And I suppose when you're the one on the chopping block this time, that's a cold comfort. Mr. President, what I really want to talk about is this is going to be a very important vote, and I want to make sure I absolutely understand what we're doing here. My understanding is that what we're doing is cutting a appropriation that has already been enacted. So if we don't pass this bill, the existing appropriation will continue to be, we'll spend all that money that was appropriated last time, and we will face an even deeper hole in terms of the long-term projection, in terms of the hit that the schools will take long-term. So if you want to make this reduction, you have to vote for the bill. If you vote against the bill, you're voting to spend more money than we would spend if we passed the bill.
Chairman Perkins, you want to follow up? Or your vice chair, either one? You're on mute, sir.
Yeah, so for my second time, I don't really have anything else to say. That's exactly right. The appropriation a year ago was $105 million. The effect of this bill is that reduces that from 105 to essentially $10 million. It reduces it to $95 million. Most of that was divided into two payments of essentially 50, roughly 50. $52 million and change that went out. One already went out. So the entire cut comes out of the second year of the distribution. So the second year distribution will be reduced by essentially pretty darn close to $10 million.
Thank you. Vice Chairman Hicks, you had a thumb up. Do you want to follow up at all? Okay. We have further questions. Senator Cooper and then Senator Furphy in that order.
I had a discussion this morning regarding the omnibus water bill and the appropriations that were made in 2018 for water. And my question was, even though those appropriations have been made, the money hasn't been spent yet. Can't we adjust them? And the answer was no. So here we have another appropriation that's already been made, but we're talking about adjusting it. So why can we adjust one but not the other?
Senator Hicks, Vice
Yeah,
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, and maybe I wasn't as articulate as I should have been this morning when I talked to my colleague from the Bighorn Basin. But those omnibus water bills, those monies, we approve them, the money's been appropriated, allocated, and obligated. So those are already under contract with companies and firms to be expended. So the difference is they are providing a product already that's under a contract that the state of Wyoming said, we are going to pay you X. These funds have been appropriated, but we have not released them because it's not into the second biennium. So they're sitting in an account. So it's a difference. They're not under contract with a private individual or with a subdivision of government that's already incurring expenses or under contractual obligations. These funds that we're talking about now for the local distributions were in the budget, but they have not been released. They're not under contract. They've just been appropriated. I hope that clears that up as the difference between the two. I see my colleague shaking his head, but that is the fundamental difference.
Senator Cooper, do you want to follow up?
I appreciate the gentleman from the Snake Rivers response, but didn't we enter into a verbal contract with these communities when we told them a year ago, this is what you have for the next 2 years? I understand that the money's still there, but they made their planning. We're changing the rules in the middle of the race.
Senator Case, your mic's not on. Just a moment, Senator Hicks.
It takes me forever to find my mouse sometimes, but we have to be careful about using up our second time. This discussion is kind of a side discussion. And so I just wanted to caution the senators about their second and first times.
Right. Want to leave your options open, folks. Okay. Senator Hicks, would you like to respond? And then we're going to go to Senator Furphy.
Just wait until there's more questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right,
Maybe we get all the questions on the table.
Okay, Senator Furphy and then Senator French, continuing with the questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very quick question. Who determines the distribution formula so we could reconsider that in the future? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator French.
Yes, I would just like to make a comment that, that Craig long-term revenue forecast that everybody got a copy of this morning. In the 21-22 biennium, sales and use taxes of $916,800,000. Much of that is generated out there in the cities, towns, and counties because of the actions of the cities, towns, and counties. Somebody wants to start a business, they want to add on to their home, they whatever it may be, that generates that money that the state is using in many different ways, that's coming from those cities, towns, and counties because of the actions of the people there, the farmers, the ranchers, and small businesses buying goods and services. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Senator French. Further questions or comments before we go back to our appropriations, folks? Any further questions? Senator Hicks, Senator Perkins, how would you like to follow up?
I've already used my 2 times, so we have to need to go to someone else, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Hicks, I'm going to allow that for you to.
So I believe to my colleague in the Bighorn Basin is why didn't we not have a contract or how is it different? If we look at the budget, we had a budget with a contract with other agencies for about $3 billion. And we've gone in there through the cuts, the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, that some of those were active now. We've reduced $500 million out of that. And so it's no different with the local distributions than it is what was budgeted. We budget on a 2-year time frame. So those monies that were budgeted for expenditures this year have been expended, just like the $52.5 million to these local governments, even though we're not completed with the fiscal year. But we would have to go back if we applied that philosophy. We would never be able to go in and adjust a budget as revenue circumstances change. And we've done that, and we've got rid of. Let's see, we've gone in and we've. You go back to the list that Senator Kinski, almost $900 million out of the Department of Health. That money went straight out to the people of the state of Wyoming for the most part. Corrections Department, $250 million. How about our community colleges and our universities? We've cut all those. So we had a budget. We're into the second period. We're looking at doing those. So I hope that helps my good friend, the sheep herder from up there in Tinsley. To Senator Furphy's question, that formula was adopted by the legislature. And so it's us that sets that formula. And so we have the power to go in there and change that formula. And I think that's the argument from the other senior senator from Laramie is it's not so much the appropriation. The formula doesn't work whether you left the 105 in place or not. It still may have had some deficiencies, but we as the legislature have adopted that formula. It is within our powers. If we get back here in March and somebody wants to bring a bill to redo that formula as an individual bill, that's perfectly on the table to try to address it at that time. And then there was another question in there, Mr. Chairman, to deal with the 500 million, and I didn't get all that down. If whoever that was could ask that, if I could reserve some of my second to answer that question.
I'm going to allow that so we make sure we get the information out. Who had that? Nobody's stepping forward. All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready for the question? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the debate and the discussion. I appreciate the willingness that was discussed to revisit the system, look for alternatives, and particularly the good senator from Converse County's suggestion that we do need to provide more flexibility to the locals, because that's really what I think the only solution can be that will be viable. We can't keep having this be a state problem. We have to empower local communities and counties to solve their own problems, to tax themselves. And if Laramie and if Albany County had the authority to tax itself for general obligations, we would do it. I have no doubt. That's why I can keep showing up here and advocating for income taxes, and advocating for sales taxes, and advocating for property taxes without getting run out of town. We're ready to do those things. We're on board anytime somebody wants to, but more than anything else, Mr. President, we'd like the flexibility to do that ourselves without having to come hat in hand each year to the legislature to ask for a special dispensation. But Mr. President, specifically to this bill, the idea that this is everyone's going to have their ox gored, I respectfully disagree. Oxes are not going to be gored evenly. This bill is a $10 million cut, 10.5 million, I think, all in. Of that $10.5 million of savings, 944,500 is coming from the city of Laramie. 440,000 is coming from Albany County, making it just shy of 1.5 million of the 10.5 million being saved from this county. 1/6 of all savings coming from one of the poorest communities. If you want to look for cuts, Mr. President, the first place you look is from the folks that have money. And we've got them. We've got communities that are still doing well, Mr. President, that still have surpluses, even in these hard times. This bill targets the one community, well, one of a few, that doesn't, and then disproportionately hurts the other ones that don't. So we need solutions, we need revenue, we need budget cuts, but this doesn't have to be the bill. This is an unfair budget cut. This is not equitable, and I cannot support it, Mr. President.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to just say I look forward to the conversation with cities, towns, and counties on how they wish to resolve this dispute and try to get some equity. I think the issue really has come down to my good senator, my friend, trying to deal with his situation is stuck in a bad place. However, the solution's been tried over here with the I'll say the Madden Amendment. I was a commissioner when this happened. It's always been controversial. We have places that are subsidized and places that are less subsidized, but it's always all the outside entities look towards the legislative body to come up with a solution for them. I would like for them to come up as a group with a solution that addresses this. I think it doesn't resolve the problem we're facing now, but I think the further reductions we're going to face in the future, the very near future, I think the conversation needs to be had, and I would look forward to that. Thank you for my chance to comment.
Thank you, Senator Kinski.
For my first and last time, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of comments. With respect to the Madden formula, that is in a bill. We have debated vigorously in the past. The formula largely distributes money back based on population, but it has an element that's based on what your taxing capacity is, one portion of which is to take your per capita revenue, take the inverse of it, and then give you a big, healthy additional amount due to that. So that has always been heavily debated. Part of the reason that my friend from the Ivory Towers community is disproportionately disadvantaged under a cut is because the Madden formula disproportionately puts a lot of money towards the university city because 12,000 students are counted as part of its population. And so hearkening back to those debates, there was always some degree of controversy as to whether that per capita didn't actually disproportionately reward the university city, because there is a $450 million block grant that goes from the state to the university to support those students. And that's a lot of money going through a little community. There's a lot of communities that would trade the block grant to have the university in terms of all the economic benefits that it brings. So not to re-debate that whole aspect of the Madden formula, but that community is disproportionately disadvantaged because it has such a huge advantage because those students are counted in the per capita, which drives down its per capita and drives a lot of money its way. So it's naturally to be expected that any reduction would disproportionately benefit or work to their disadvantage because the formula works to such a huge advantage to that community. With respect to the, and I really respect my friend from the Basin Country, his comment about it's like changing the rules in the middle of the horse race. But with all due respect, every time we've had this discussion about the distribution with the local governments, they've all known that it was in jeopardy of going away. Our process is we have a budget, and then during the general session, we revisit that budget. So when I was mayor, you used to get for your direct distribution one great big fat check. I think that check goes out quarterly. And that was a change that was made semi-annually. That was a change that was made specifically because we knew we might not be able to make the distribution in the second half of the biennium. So I think everybody's on notice, has been on notice for some time, that as our fiscal fortunes collapse, that second year of the distribution may not go out. That's why we did it in 4 distributions over the biennium. So with that, I would urge the body's favorable consideration. I don't think that we're going to really get our local governments to the table to come up with some alternative to the Madden formula until such time as these cuts begin to hit home. And as tough as that is, I think that's just where our situation is. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. I did think, Senator Case, before I go to you, I think I saw Senator Salazar throw a hand up for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting no for the reasons that I expressed yesterday. I look forward to revisiting the formula. I will be a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Case, Chairman Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, we faced the same issue before, but in a different way. We faced it with respect to education. And we transitioned from having local wealth-based education to the most equitable education funding system in the United States. Some view that as an amazing accomplishment. It made it so that local government wealth didn't matter with respect to the education of our children. So I think it's inevitable that local government, other services, be pushed towards the same thinking. And, you know, is the mineral wealth of our great state belong to counties and available only to them? Or is it partly belong to them, shared with the state, or is it shared with all the people in Wyoming? And we are working this continuum, and this formula kind of works that a bit itself, Mr. President. But I'm on the lower end of all of this. Every community in Fremont County, in fact, my community is actually lower than Laramie. You know, and I do think the formula needs to be revisited. You're not going to get the counties or the cities and counties to sit down and do that, because some have and some don't. And the good chairman from Albany County, or the good senator from Albany County, makes a great point. I think we do have to tweak this formula. I'm going to support these cuts right now, but I'm going to support revenue measures too. I did not pledge, and I will not pledge, not to raise revenue. I think we need revenue, Mr. President. This is the consequence of not raising revenue. We're not even having a plan for revenue that's really effective, is that we got to make these tough choices. I am going to vote for this, and I hate doing it, but I will support revising this formula to even more purely look at local taxing capability, both what's implemented and what's potential for taxes that haven't been implemented, and the assessment capability of a county and local communities. I think we really do that. And under that formula, literally, the community with the highest capabilities shouldn't get any distribution at all. And the communities with the least disability ability should get the most per capita. It'll be a small amount. These are brutal. These are brutal. And to pick on, for example, Albany County, they have a student population. You don't think that student population imposes costs on local government? My gosh, when I was there, I imposed more costs on local government than anybody in history, I swear. So, you know, and maybe we could adjust the formula for their percentage of time that they're in the community or whatever, but to say that those students don't impose costs, and I lived in Laramie. I love Laramie. I owned a house there. I have seen Laramie in decline. I've seen it, and I think it is a sore point, and it's a sore point for many, many of our communities. And how are we going to keep them vigorous? We need to revise this formula. We can go part way towards the result I was talking about earlier, but it needs to be more fair. It needs to be more equitable. And I am going to support these cuts. I'm going to support almost every cut that comes to this legislature, and I'm going to keep supporting them until people will get behind us to raise revenues, because we need to raise revenues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Case. Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to support this because we have to have this conversation. We've got business owners that may not make it. They're having to cut. We have families that are not making it. They're having to cut. How can we not have the same conversation about a government? And so I think we have to move it forward. I certainly do feel for people that are going to be affected by this. But I also know that citizens are having much of the same problems, not just, from COVID, the COVID problems that they've had. We haven't been able to help everybody with our relief packages. There are people that have fell through the cracks. There's people that have come off unemployment. There's all kinds of things coming in people's lives. And if we don't have a serious look at what's happening in government and move this conversation forward, then I believe that we're not doing the work of the people. So I'm going to support this.
Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of points parallel very closely to the good senator from the Fremont area. I'm going to support this as well. And even knowing that my counties are going to take a fair hit, but everybody's is. But we also have to open our eyes and say, how can we get the revenue in? And just talking about it isn't going to happen. Kicking the can down the road, it's going to come to an end sooner or later. We need to think about what kinds of revenue have the potential to help us as a state and maybe offset some of that. I still think sales tax is an opportunity for the tourism and everything that's here to bring some of that funding in without it being so heavy on our people. But still, those are things we got to talk about in the future, but we've got to see them and an option to be able to talk about them at the same time. But for now, we've got to make these cuts. It hurts. There's just no way around it. And it's going to get worse. I know when the recalibration comes in, it's going to look really ugly too. So I hope we can all think about what that revenue means. Thank you.
Senator, further discussion before the motion, before the vote? Further discussion on Senate File 64. Are you ready for the question?
Question.
Question being called. Senate File 64, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Senate File 64, Anderson, absent. Baldwin?
Aye.
Aye. Whitman?
Aye.
Aye. Boner?
Aye.
Aye. Bouchard?
Aye.
Aye. Case?
Aye.
Aye. Cooper?
Aye.
Aye. Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Ellis? Aye. French?
No.
No. Furphy?
No.
No. Guru?
Aye.
Aye. Hicks?
Aye.
Aye. Hutchings?
Aye.
Aye. James?
Aye.
Aye. Kinsky?
Aye.
Aye. Cole?
Aye.
Aye. Cost?
Same.
Aye. Landon?
Aye.
Aye. McCune?
Aye.
Aye. Nethercott?
Aye.
Aye. Pappas?
Aye.
Aye. Perkins?
Aye.
Aye. Rothfuss?
No.
No. Salazar?
No.
No. Schuler?
No.
No. Scott?
Aye.
Aye. Steinmetz?
Aye.
Aye. Wasserberger?
No.
No. President Dockstetter?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Furphy?
I want to make sure it's no. My computer was acting up. I'm a no vote.
Correct. No vote for Furphy.
Okay.
Closing vote.
Madam Chief Clerk, did you get the Cooper change?
I did not.
The mic wasn't on. Go ahead, Senator Cooper.
I'm sorry, Cooper, I don't know.
Cooper, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 64, 22 aye, 7 no, 1 absent.
Senate File 64, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 64 has passed the Senate. Members of the Senate, experiencing the challenging times we're going through, you have to reach deep. With that being said, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate stand recessed until 2 o'clock and let rules has to meet. Mr. President, I guess I'll ask advice first. We need to have rules meet, and past that, I think we can probably adjourn, but I wanted to ask your approval.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you. Before we have the motion to adjourn, one thing, we've got bills coming over, and I'm wondering if we can't just recess for a while so that we could get those bills and we could announce committee meetings that could start. They could start an adjournment today. They could be prior to, we could have those meetings scheduled for Monday as well before convening and during lunch and things and in the evening so we can meet the 24-hour rule.
Mr. Floor Leader, we can put some more work in the pipeline, sir. All right.
Great advice. Mr. President, I move that we stand recessed until 2 p.m.
Till 2 p.m. You've heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Oh, let's check. Any announcements other than that? No announcements. Okay. Heard the motion. All those.
Mr. President, do we need to announce the Rules Committee meeting, or has that already been announced?
Let's do that. It's on my computer. Doesn't have an exact time.
Mr. President, I think Senator Scott's trying to get your attention.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, given our other rules, if somebody wants to hold a committee meeting this evening, will they need to move when they know they're going to do it for a suspension of the rules to allow that without the full notice we normally do?
I think that if I understand you correctly, though, the Rules Committee is coming up here. We'd do that during the recesses, I believe. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it is Friday. I don't think that the majority floor leader in our discussions with our colleagues was to have any committee meetings this afternoon. Not to say that we couldn't, but we would have to suspend these rules. I think what we wanted to do was get these set up so Monday morning that we could have those committees meet and then start processing those on committee of the whole Monday afternoon.
And having been said, we still need to put some more work in the pipeline. It's my understanding there will be rules on Zoom. Let's see. Anything else? Who did I miss? Senator Ellis, I thought my screen did a switch. Where did you go? Did you, Senator Perkins?
And just to make sure, I mean, what we'll have to do is if we have the bills from the House we'll need to read those in and they'll need to be assigned to committees if we're going to hold committee.
Correct.
meetings. Yeah, okay.
And we'll stay in session so we can do that. Senator Ellis, did I see a hand go up before my screen?
You did, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure Senator Scott was recognized.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else? Heard the motion, we'll stand in recess until, Mr. Majority Floor Leader, I have a short memory. What time did you say?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Thank you. We're in recess.